All right, let me check audio real quick and then we'll get into it. Sounds good to me. All right, let me know if it's okay in the chat. Hey, Ben, how's it going today? All right, getting everything kind of set up, and let's get into more severe weather just starting to pop off. All right, yeah, it's gotten busy in the last couple minutes. Huh. As we were setting up the stream, that's interesting. None of those National Weather Service sites seem to be working right now, so that's interesting. That's new. Anyway, getting the stream set up. A couple things happened here in the last, about an hour or so. We have a tornado watch, covers parts of northern Ohio and western Pennsylvania. And then a severe thunderstorm watch covers much of basically central Illinois, the far southeastern portions of Iowa, and north and central parts of Indiana. So we do have a pretty good severe weather event expected today. A little bit more dynamics than the last severe weather outlook that was on Sunday. That we kind of stayed in kind of standby mode because things did not get super crazy and things stayed relatively isolated severe wise. There was a scattered amount of storms, but the severe warnings themselves were fairly isolated. Let me just kind of simplify some stuff. We'll dive in real quick here. What's going on? We have a now an enhanced risk. This was updated the last couple days. It has been updated since then. They've stretched it out. That's basically the main change over the last 24 to 36 hours. It now covers everything from the Ohio and Pennsylvania state line all the way through central Illinois, Springfield, Bloomington, Peoria. And that's an enhanced risk mainly for large hail and also damaging to destructive winds. But this whole area, actually the whole area basically from the marginal risk has a low-end tornado chance, with the best chance right in here. And actually, I think the best chance is probably right in here, northeast Ohio and west central northwest, northeast Indiana and west central to northeast or northwest Ohio. I think has probably the best tornado dynamics. Anyway, there's the enhanced risk. We have a slight risk. Stretches all the way out east of Pittsburgh to about the Detroit metro, basically along I-94 to Kalamazoo, and then back down to Chicago, and then back into extreme parts, basically the Mississippi River Valley, southeast Iowa, and northeast Missouri. And then it stretches down towards the Ohio River Valley, especially around Cincinnati, and kind of south central Ohio. So that's the slight risk. By the time storms get down into this area along the Ohio Valley, it's going to be later in the evening. So if you're out enjoying opening day in Cincinnati, it's a beautiful day in Cincinnati for that. The storms are all to the north right now. Taking a look at the different hazards, here is that, it's shrunk a little bit in the last couple hours. It looks like they've refined it a little bit. But here is the tornado risk. There is a conditional intensity guidance of the level 1 intensity guidance. So there could be a couple strong tornadoes in this area. The tornado dynamics, I don't think are crazy right now. It's a little bit of a conditional tornado dynamic. If a storm can get out ahead of the front, that's going to be the big thing. So we'll see. I don't know if that's going to happen, but if it can, there's a pretty favorable environment if a storm can get out ahead of the front and mature and organize the mesocyclone before it gets undercut by the front. Yeah, they've trimmed this off actually quite a bit. It just since earlier when I looked at it, that means the front is likely kind of right in here at the moment. And yeah, a storm would have to get kind of out in front of this because this front is surging through this area and will kind of push south fairly quickly here through the afternoon and evening. And then here's the wind risk. Covers a lot of the same areas, but it is more expanded. Goes into Illinois and then central Pennsylvania. That is a CGI 1 as well. So there could be some pretty hefty winds in here. And I think that is one concern. We may get some more discrete cells early, but the expectation is it is going to start to congeal into a cluster of severe storms, and that will enhance the wind threat probably after dark. And then the hail is also the main threat. It was one of the early indicators of this severe weather ramping up on this day that was forecasted, I think, in the day 4 by the Storm Prediction Center. So they've been on this basically most of the week promoting that the large hail threat was going to be a big issue. And again, I think the largest hail may be along or just north of I-70. And we've already had a couple of hail reports into Illinois today. So there's the overall look. May get a couple isolated cells even back towards Kansas City. Maybe as far as like Harrisburg or Williamsport, Pennsylvania. All right, let me clear these out. We'll go back to radar. And we'll get the warnings back up and the watches. Yeah, a couple storms coming off the lake. That'll be the interesting thing. And actually, I do want to do a little bit of now casting and kind of see where this front. Okay, yeah, that's kind of the expectation. There's a lot of juice south of the front. And see here, St. Louis checking in around 93 degrees, up to 90 around Springfield, Illinois, Lincoln, Decatur, and then 80s across basically the I-70 corridor from Columbus, Cincinnati, Dayton, over towards central Indiana. From there, it's in the mid-70s to the Pittsburgh area, and then up to about the I-80 corridor around Grove City, Youngstown. It's in the 70s, across especially the southern suburbs of Cleveland, and then across that I-80 corridor in Ohio. You can see the front looks like crashed probably down to about here with the cooler temperatures here. And I saw earlier, it's about 1 or 2 o'clock, I was checking radar, seeing what was going on. I did see a bit of a lake breeze front kind of surging out this way, which is a fairly typical thing that we can see on the Chicago-based radars. But that kind of propagated southwest. So this part of the cold front is a little bit enhanced by that lake breeze and the cooler waters around the lake. That's going to really kind of solidify the storms that are severe right now as elevated storms. And let's get that radar going. Yeah, so it's ones down here. Those are going to be the more interesting cells. If these cells can get out of the head of that front and get into that more established, more warm and moist air and not get undercut, that's the big thing. They may get some established in that warm and moist air, but if that front is like right behind them, it can very quickly undercut their updraft. So that may limit some of the tornadic chances today. But if one can get kind of out ahead of the cold front and maybe even turn a little bit towards the right and move a little bit more southeasterly, then there's a little bit better of a tornado chance. Also, this tornado watch is interesting because some of the earlier model guidance pointed out a couple cells kind of organizing around the lakeshore and then pushing kind of across this area into northern Ohio and western Pennsylvania with more of a discrete storm mode. So we'll see if that develops. Right now, this is looking a little bit more like Sunday, where we haven't seen a lot of discrete cells. They're kind of clustering up very early into their development. So we'll see about that. Maybe this area here around Bowling Green, Fremont, if that can slide down towards Norwalk, Ashland, that may be able to organize into a little bit more of a discrete cell situation. That's what kind of the models showed earlier. Maybe that one. But right now, this is looking a little bit messy up here into Northeast Ohio. So we'll keep an eye on it. There is our first watch in Canada, I believe, this year. I don't think we've had any watches in Canada yet. But the Environment Canada has put out a severe thunderstorm watch for areas around Chatham, Kent, basically Windsor and southwest Ontario, up to about St. Thomas, south of London. It's pretty cool here. I'm not sure we're going to see too many severe storms up here, but we may get some wind, and the criteria is a little different in Canada, with heavy rainfall being part of their severe weather criteria. So we may get some confirmation of this severe weather watch in Canada with some severe, or at least heavy rain. And there are some stronger storms along that I-94 corridor, especially out towards Battle Creek, Michigan. So those may work their way towards the Canadian border. We'll see about that. All right, I think what we'll do is let's get clear that off right now. Oh yeah, the front is definitely where those temperature gradient was. It's a pretty strong temperature gradient along this front, but it also is a fairly strong dew point gradient, at least at the surface levels. There's more moist air above the cool and stable air. So these storms that are severe across northern Indiana and northeast Illinois are tapping some of that mid-level instability versus low-level instability. And if until they're out of that environment, they're going to stay a wind and hail threat primarily, as well as anything really in Michigan or even into southern Ontario. And also, these storms basically right on along the lake along Lake Erie are basically in a similar environment, kind of right along the front / an area that's a little bit lake enhanced stability, right in that area immediate to the lake shore. So especially this early in the spring, there are some question marks that the lakes are still actually pretty cold. All right, let's go back and yeah, it's interesting. Some stuff is down in a couple of those towers. That's going to make things a little tricky later as those storms push into the Ohio Valley. Yeah, a couple stronger storms in northern Pennsylvania. Special weather statement for this line of gusty showers around Cambridge Springs, Union City. And then it looks like this storm has backed off in severity. That was being warned for some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds around Meadville. And that seems to have backed off. I was looking at the storm earlier on a couple of the weather cameras, and it doesn't look particularly strong around Meadville, but we'll keep an eye on those cells. Kind of marginally severe storms, just under those severe limits, it looks like for the most part right now, across the northern parts of Ohio and then also northwest parts of Pennsylvania. But some stronger storms from Oil City to Franklin, Cranberry, Tionesta, and then up towards Meadville and south of Erie. From there north, you can see here, let me switch some cameras around. And there's the Meadville area, so we'll keep an eye on that. Dark clouds for sure and heavy rain. But where is it? It's going to be this one. This is right on the Pennsylvania and New York state line, thanks to 511 New York, right along I-90, right there around Ripley. And you can see it is a little bit less of a spring look. It just has a little bit, not a lot of spring foliage on the trees or anything yet. And yeah, it just kind of looks like a raw, nasty day. I haven't seen a lot of really convective looking clouds, at least on this camera. It's rained off and on, but it's just kind of a messy gray late afternoon into the evening. And you can kind of get the sense of the environment there closer to the lake and see what that compares with say, where were we over here? This is more in that Pittsburgh, Wheeling area. This is in Wheeling with 511 West Virginia. And you can see that is a little bit more of a springtime look. You can see some of the humidity in the air. It's warm, it's hot, it's in the mid upper 70s along the I-70 corridor. So it just has a little bit different of a look, even visually. And then we can see that on the weather data as well. This storm is a little bit more organized around Rocky Ridge, Port Clinton, Oak Harbor. It's moving kind of east-southeast. It's now past Perrysburg and Woodville and Pemberville, just north of the Fremont area. And right along the southern edge of this warning polygon is the Ohio Turnpike, right in there, that line I just drew. So most of the serious weather for this storm is just off the Ohio Turnpike, but especially if you're north and west of Norwalk, Ohio, and north of Fremont, that is a pretty hefty storm. Looks like a couple different hail cores possible in here, one around Port Clinton, and then one back towards Rocky Ridge and Graytown. Looking at some correlation coefficient, you can definitely see a hail core in here. A little bit less of a hail core. That may just be some heavier rain, but there may be some hail mixing in around Port Clinton too. Not seeing a lot in the velocity scan. It is mostly an elevated storm at the moment, producing some pretty good hail. And I wouldn't be shocked around this area here, Rocky Ridge, Graytown, there could be more than quarters, could be more in that $50 size range, especially if that continues to upscale. It should work, it's kind of working a little more easterly towards areas around Danbury, Sandusky, and Huron, Ohio. So if it stays right along the lakeshore, it's going to run into more of that stable air and stay mostly an elevated storm. And that looks to be kind of what's going on over here across the Cleveland area with mostly elevated storms as well, right along the lake shore. Cells like this are ones to watch around Troy Township. If those can get a little bit away from the front and away from the lakeshore, that could be one to watch. This one would definitely be one to watch, especially if it gets south. So if we see more of a right movement to this cell, then that could potentially increase that all hazards threat. Right now, mostly a wind risk there. Let's see, main concern for Cincinnati, it's going to be that hail and the wind. And I would say probably south of I-70, this is going to be more of a severe thunderstorm watch. But we'll go get more information. You have to see how these cells down here or up there, back towards Illinois and Indiana, those are going to be the ones that may work their way eventually down towards that I-70 corridor. So we'll keep an eye on that. Yeah, that's going to be, they'll issue it probably within an hour or two of the expected convection. So likely not for a little while. These storms have a little ways to go. But let me look at some models and see what timing we can expect. Actually, I'll pull this over. All right, yeah, let's check this first, and then we'll get back into some of those severe storms in Illinois and Indiana. Latest HRRR, you can kind of see what I was saying there. It does kind of show a little bit more discrete cellular mode. Something like this cell here, if that can get going, would be an all hazards threat. And then, yeah, it kind of wants to, it still shows this cell pretty good, which is nice because I think this model actually ran just before those cells popped up. But that cell is one to watch. It, like I said earlier, if it can move more of a southeast movement across, say, the southern parts of the Cleveland metro, or especially then into areas in eastern Ohio, away from the lakeshore, that would be one to watch. But right now, not as much. The earlier HRRRs showed a little bit more discrete cells. They're showing a little bit more. Say one around Pittsburgh later, so there still is a chance here we can get some more discrete cells, it looks like, on the HRRR. But basically, it got it pretty correct. It had storms going up around that 4 o'clock Central Time, 5 o'clock Eastern, and then kind of upscaling to about now. And let's see here. It's going to be a late one for Cincinnati. Yeah, it's because it moves most of this a little more easterly. Obviously, if anything can pop in the warm, moist air out ahead of the main line or storms that develops, that would, come into the Cincinnati area a little quicker. But yeah, probably gets down towards that I-70 corridor 10 to 11 o'clock at night. From that area is around Indianapolis, Dayton, Columbus especially. And Cincinnati, it's going to be more of an overnight threat. And I mean way overnight. And by then, it may not even be that severe of a threat. It could be embedded pockets of hail, some damaging winds, but Cincinnati may get kind of just grazed by this. A lot of this, I think, is going to be, at least the strongest activity is really going to be confined to that I-70 north, or along and north of I-70 across Ohio and Indiana. Yeah, the severe watches go out until midnight. So we likely wouldn't get any watches further south unless something else crazy develops out ahead until probably that closer to that midnight hour, if storms are still expected to be severe south of I-70. But midnight for this severe thunderstorm watch. And that was midnight Eastern, 11 Central. And this was till 11 Eastern. And I just want to double check. Okay, yeah, I did put my clock in the Eastern time zone below us. So that shows you it's 6:15 in the Eastern time zone. All right, so let's look at some of these elevated storms in here into Indiana. here's the cold front right in there. See, there's a little bit of a boundary moving to the east-southeast. That is the cold front. So it's about to come through the areas around Fort Wayne, Wabash, Huntington, and then down towards Lafayette, Indiana. So right now, all these storms are still in that elevated mode. Being warned right now for some quarter-size hail and actually even less than 60-mile-an-hour winds. Right now, mostly a hail threat. We are seeing kind of an arc of storms developing. Yeah, not much in the way of discrete cells here. This arc is interesting if it can organize into more of a convective system. That could push more of a wind threat to the south and east across Indianapolis and much of eastern and northeastern parts of Indiana. Let's see, we may have to get a camera. Yeah, let's go to our Indiana cameras here in a second, and we'll that one's not good. And while those cameras are loading, this is an interesting something to pay attention to. We have more of a kind of an arc of storms in clusters. There's kind of one cluster here, one cluster that's really elevated in that stable air right along the lake shore, kind of a secondary cluster here, and then this third cluster or fourth cluster, however you want to look at it. There's one individual cell back behind that. That's interesting. But again, they're all elevated storms basically along or behind the cold front. The interesting thing here, and it looks like that Indiana camera is up. There's a look at the areas around Plymouth and Warsaw with that severe thunderstorm warning. So this is looking towards those severe warned cells. But yeah, the interesting thing here, if you look at this setup right now and compare that to the models have a lot less storm coverage at this exact time. So this model is starting with a little bit of a handicap, let's just say. They have more individual supercells producing what in this model would be large hail, and then some more elevated storms, likely below severe limits to the north of that. But yeah, the model is not starting great, so it keeps those cells a little bit more discrete and into kind of discrete cells and multi-cell clusters until things start to line out in that 9, 10, 11 o'clock hour. May get also some flood threat if this kind of develops where we get multiple lines and clusters of storms working across that I-70 corridor. But yeah, that's an interesting thing. We are starting to see, it looks like in reality, a little bit more clustering earlier, and that likely would limit some of the all hazards threat. And let's see, I want to find one more thing. Okay, just wanted to keep an eye on it. I'll keep an eye on it too in the future. There's no mesoscale discussions right now across basically south of I-70, but we'll keep an eye on that. There is an environment down there that could produce some severe weather, as well as west with some isolated chances of storms. What does this model do for out west? Yeah, it brings storms kind of up in Kansas later tonight. So we'll keep an eye on those. They could be a little bit feisty at times around the Kansas City area. And then it does want to backbuild some storms along that frontal boundary across northern parts of Missouri. So we will keep an eye on those. I think there is less of a severe threat west of the Mississippi River, but there is a marginal risk that extends out that way. Yeah, so these storms here we can see on our cameras, thanks to Indiana traffic-wise, they're definitely getting darker there. They're about to come into the areas around Plymouth, Bourbon, Argos, Tippecanoe, over towards Warsaw, with some pretty strong storms here in north central Indiana. See, there's some hail cores in here. If this starts to bow out a little bit, that could increase the wind threat. Right now, this does not have a hefty wind warning on this, actually calling for less than 50-mile-an-hour winds. But there could be some pockets of some heavier wind in here. Some of this contamination is because it's an elevated storm. So yeah, it's a little bit contaminated. There's a little bit of side lobe contamination. The main radar beam shoots out, but then the beam has some other lobes to it and essentially is shooting higher than the main beam is going out. So it's bouncing off some of the elevated hail in the storm. So that does help sometimes confirm that there's a hail core in here, or at least elevated hail. It may not be fully falling. But in here, there's definitely some hail. Let's get back to, I want to get back to our main tilt. There it goes. Okay. And there is a pocket of some gustier winds on the leading edge of that. But yeah, so far these cells are kind of maintaining. This is a supercell. This is definitely an elevated supercell here. You can see there is some mid-level rotation. We're looking pretty far up in the clouds here. And then also the hail core. So that's a pretty good textbook example of at least a supercell, but it is an elevated one. So the tornado risk is very low with these elevated cells. Essentially, they're going up in what normally would go up in a more unstable atmosphere towards the low levels. Then you can get tornadoes because they're lower to the ground. The LCL, the lifting condensation level, is low. So it doesn't take as much energy and effort to get a rotating column of air down towards the ground if this is the surface. What's happening is with the elevated cells, they're going up in a convective environment, feeding off the warm and moist air, but that convective environment is elevated in the atmosphere. And down here, say the cold front has pushed through, or the lake breeze. This is basically stable, cool, sinking air out here. That warm and moist air is in a layer above the cool and moist air, and out ahead of it, obviously, we have south of the boundary. Out ahead of that, oops, let's draw it a little better. I think I had my drawing off to the side, but so storm goes up, and it's in that environment there. But I'll say this is the ground level. So there's your elevated cell. So what's happened is the storm has gone up, tapping that warm and moist air, but that warm and moist air is elevated over basically a wedge of cool and stable air. So this blue would be the cool and stable air, and the red color is the warm and moist air. It takes a lot more to get rotation down to the ground in that sort of situation. So that's why elevated cells aren't really a tornado threat versus a storm that went up in the warm and moist air to start. Now with a lower LCL, lower cloud bases, it doesn't take quite as much to get a rotating column of air down to the ground. There's also friction forces with the ground, so that helps sometimes get a little bit of spin at the ground level, surface friction, as well as surface winds. The elevated storms aren't having access to any things like we have like low-level jets that happen at the lower surface, close to surface levels. So there's just a little bit less dynamics. Now, these can still have a mesocyclone, and they do as supercells. That helps elevate the cells and draws the warm and moist air up and helps produce strong updrafts that support large hail. And obviously, the large hail can fall through multiple layers of the atmosphere. So even though the tornado is a little bit lower of a risk, it really doesn't matter for hail as much if it falls through a warm and moist atmosphere to get to the ground versus just down a full column of warm and moist air. So that's not as big of a factor. So it just has a little longer to fall, but big hail is going to fall that distance anyway. So that's kind of a really rough and dirty look at surface-based versus elevated cells and supercells. Same kind of situation here east of Bloomington. Looks like some reports of 1-inch hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail right now. And let's just take a look and see how these cells, yeah, they're kind of, the one is getting choked off a little bit, but these are in kind of a cluster of elevated supercells too. Kind of a 3-ish right there. Maybe 4. Again, especially this area, not a big tornado threat. Little bit more of a tornado threat out further east, and we do have that one cell that I was interested in a little while ago when it was north of Troy Township as one to keep our eye on. It has moved a little bit more of a right movement. See, it's moving a little bit more southeasterly. It does have a little bit of rotation and also some hail. So this is one to watch. This is a severe thunderstorm with a tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour wind, 1-inch hail. And that is for northern Trumbull County in northeast Ohio. And that is about 12 miles northwest of Warren, Ohio, moving east at 60 miles an hour. So that one's moving pretty quick. Yeah, here's Warren down towards the bottom of your screen. Youngstown is down here. So it's well north of Youngstown, moving towards the Pennsylvania border, towards Mercer, Pennsylvania. Yeah, that's an interesting cell. Let's track this. Woo, that went weird. I think I just clicked on 2 tools at once. Let's track this cell out at 60 miles an hour. That one's moving pretty quick. Here's your locations. Cortland, about 7 minutes. Zoom in a little bit. We can get a little bit more information. Fowler, about 6 to 7 minutes. Vernon Township, 7. And then Orangeville, this is right on the Pennsylvania-Ohio state line. Orangeville, about 10 minutes. And if this cell holds together, watch out around Mercer, Pennsylvania. About a half hour, 25 to 30 minutes to the Mercer area. So you can see some of those other town names in there. But that is a pretty nasty cell. That's probably our most organized cell at the moment, near Mosquito Creek Lake and the Mosquito Lake State Park. What a beautiful name for a recreational lake. These cells are just slop around Cleveland right now. They are looking a little messy right now. There is a chance, especially southern and eastern parts of the Cleveland metro, you get some stronger cells as these get away from the lakeshore. It's a little bit cool across the lakeshore right now, but we'll watch this one. It may get into a little bit more favorable environment as it works to the east. Those cells in Pennsylvania have somewhat fizzled. The ones that were marginally severe earlier around Meadville, Pennsylvania, those have reduced in severity there, at least for now. We'll keep an eye. They can pulse back up. And then still watching this kind of multi-cell cluster cells. Looks like the hail core has come down a little bit. This is working into a more stable environment. It's basically working over the lake now from Sandusky down towards Huron, Vermilion, and then out towards the Erie Islands. This may work its way back towards the lakeshore. You can see the lakeshore has a little bit of a, kind of digs in there. It's a little bit of a broad U shape. So as this kind of tracks towards the east, it may get in over Cleveland and areas, especially northeast sides of Cleveland, back over some land. And then we have some storms that have gone up around Deschler, Bowling Green. Right now, not severe. There may be some small hail in the cell running from Deschler to North Baltimore in areas around Findlay. And then the Railfan Park at Fostoria. Keep an eye on this storm. Pretty nasty storm right there. That one, yeah, could have some small hail in it too. A couple broad special weather statements for some cells that should be elevated as well. Yeah, nickel-size hail, 40-mile-an-hour winds, some gusty winds, some small hail up in Michigan, but this is definitely not an environment that's conducive. Some areas that were hard hit by tornadoes earlier this month, south and west of Jackson, and in that area is north of Coldwater. This is not a big severe weather day across Michigan. This is still a nasty cell coming into areas around Rochester. And let me switch those cameras, those Indiana cameras, because I think this cell actually went kind of south of our position. But as I said earlier, this one has a potential that it's going to start bowing out a little bit. If it does, that could accentuate the wind threat coming towards Rochester, Big Hill, Green Oak, Akron, Indiana, and over towards Beaver Dam and Silver Lake. This is right in that storm. We'll see if this camera plays, but it may have some connectivity issues because it's literally right over, I think, this hail core. And there's a little bit of a better idea at the wind profile. Oh, wow, that did play. We'll see if we can pick up any hail on this camera. I don't think the hail is too big in this. It's still quarter size, so we're not looking at anything that, you know, sometimes shows up really clearly on camera. If there's a lot of it, maybe. But if it's big hail, we've seen big hail on cameras before. So we'll see if we pick up any hail on that camera. We may be just north of the hail core. We'll keep an eye on it, though. That cell, let's track this out, because it is going... Now, what? Is that a typo? Well, this is one of the fastest cell motions that I've seen. It is being warned at moving east at 85 miles an hour. I don't think it is. Otherwise, it wouldn't still be in this area. It'd be like over here, because it's been a little bit of time since we looked at it. That cell that we were just diagramming over towards Warren, Ohio, is getting a tornado warning. So we'll see about that. All right, hold on. The leading edge of this, 22 miles. It is moving pretty fast. I don't know if it's moving at 85, but it may be moving at more like a 70, 75. So that is interesting. Yeah, getting a couple new warnings. Let's just track this out because this is going to actually really quickly, if it stays at 85 miles an hour, I don't think we've ever seen that before. If it stays at 85 miles an hour, it's going to get to the Fort Wayne area in like a few minutes. But all right, does this even go this fast? We've never tracked anything at 85 miles an hour. It would bring it into Fort Wayne in about 40 minutes. So it's 5:36. We'll see if that happens. And that'll help give us an idea of 85. I think it's probably closer to 70. But that would put it still in about 45 minutes. So 45 minutes to, or even less, that would be coming towards the Fort Wayne metro. This is a supercell that we'll have to watch. Right now, the cold front is in here. So these are elevated cells. But especially if it can move 85 miles an hour, it's going to outrace that cold front. That puts it into a better environment. So that is a cell that could potentially outrun the cold front, get into a better environment over here, south and east of Fort Wayne, and then we have more to watch. I think everybody else is behaving. Some quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds in these areas in Indiana right now. A little bit more of a messy cluster convection there. And then looks like we can see, yeah, the cold front is still basically along, and these storms are all basically in Indiana and Illinois, along and behind the cold front right now. The southern end of this cluster of cells in Michigan is one to watch. It's also racing east at 75. So that is a fast-moving cell. This may be able to get out ahead of the cold front too, which is kind of along this area right here. So if these two cells can get out ahead of the cold front, they may have a chance to produce an all hazards threat. And they are going to continue warning that cell towards the east at 70. See, look at that. 85. I don't know if we've seen an 85. That may have been a typo. I don't know if someone put that in as a typo. We've seen some 70, 75 mile an hour movers, but I don't know about 85. All right. This cell actually has shrunk in size. But look at that. It's definitely picked up in intensity very quickly, actually. When we looked at this a few minutes ago, it had some broad rotation in it around that Mosquito Creek area right in here. And that's near Cortland, Fowler Township, Hartford Township. Again, north and east sides of Warren. That has now increased in intensity with still some hail in here as well. That is a nasty cell. Let's see if we can get a camera on this cell. So this is moving. Let's get an update on the speed for this too. Scattered damaging wind gusts. Nope, that's the watch. Sorry. This is for eastern Trumbull County. It's moving east at 55 and still about 8 miles northeast of Warren. So this is past the Warren Metro. It's again well north of Youngstown. Vienna Center around 6:40 right about now. It's 6:39 Eastern. And let's see here. We'll probably scope this out. Yeah, hail is not a giant threat with this storm, but it could have some quarters to $half size hail. The hail has come up a little bit in here. Everett Hall Road and areas around Latimer, Hartford Township. That's going to be where your hail core is. You can see it's a supercell. It fans out on the forward flank. That's where our cool downdraft is on the forward flank. Your main hail core is right in here. You have an inflow notch directing some more moist air in. Also some kind of rides the boundary along that forward flank. And then your RFD surges out, your rear flank downdraft. That helps to get everything kind of spinning and focused and funneled in. And tornado would be sitting basically right in there around Fowler Township. And that's where the rotation, it just moved. We have a new radar scan there, would be sitting. A little hard to tell. It's a little bit of a messy CC. It's going to be so tough to tell. There's it's a really compact cell with a hail core right in here. There may even be some hail that's actually wrapping onto that RFD. And then some of this is clear air. There's a little, actually, yes, it's gotten a little bit, that one is moving fast too. So we'll get a new radar scan, but yeah, here's your hook, here's your inflow notch. If there is a tornado, it's probably going to be somewhat hail and rain wrapped right in this area around 5 Points and Hartford Road, just between Terrell and Hartford Township. It's going to be tucked right up in here, which is really difficult on the correlation coefficient to see. Yeah, that's a pretty nasty cell. It has come down in size, which is interesting. But yeah, first tornado warning of the day. This is a boundary here. This is the state line, the boundary with Pennsylvania and Ohio. The interesting thing here, this is Ohio, for anyone that's not familiar with this area, and Pennsylvania. This is also the boundary between the National Weather Service Cleveland and the National Weather Service out of Pittsburgh. We'll see probably in the next few minutes, but I would expect that Pittsburgh will probably extend this warning polygon. We called you guys out earlier, but Mercer, Sharpsville, Hermitage, Sharon, Pennsylvania, be ready to take your tornado safety precautions. Especially, I think, the areas right along that Ohio border, Sharon, Hermitage, Sharpsville, Pennsylvania. This is only a couple minutes away. So I wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning somewhat soon, probably out towards Grove City. It's a compact cell, so that kind of compacts the rotation a little bit, but even within this compact cell, the rotation is still a little bit broad. It's a little bit still disorganized, but that is a potent supercell, and the first one for tornado warning of the day. Yeah, these storms are starting to organize a little bit as they get away from the lakeshore. You can see this one's actually being warned for more of a gusty wind threat, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, not a big hail threat in this cluster of cells. It has increased in intensity over the last couple minutes. There's around Streetsboro, Hudson, down to Akron, Kent, and Barberton. They are going to do exactly what we thought they would. Sharon, Sharpsburg, Hermitage. You guys are all in a new tornado warning here out of the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh. This is a warning for southern Mercer and northeastern Lawrence counties, and that goes until 7:15 Eastern. About a half hour. It's about 6:45 now, and moving southeast at 50. Just in case, kind of take out the leading edge there, and we'll take it out at the National Weather Service. Pittsburgh says 50. Cleveland says 55. I'll take it out at the 55 just to give everybody just an added minute or two. But essentially, Sharon, Hermitage, Sharpsville, it's about 5 minutes or less. Areas around Mercer, 17 minutes. And then Grove City, Leesburg, Amsterdam, Pennsylvania, and areas around Slippery Rock, about 25 to 30 minutes. If that continues on a south-southeast pace. If it, let me track it out. Yeah, it is kind of moving more of a southeasterly direction. So those areas like Sharpsville, Mercer, Grove City, Slippery Rock, Harrisville, Pennsylvania, those areas could be under the gun for some tornadic activity. And let's see, we may have, yes, we do. Wow, looks like traffic is a mess. Traffic is a very slow mess at the state line. Right in like this area here. I don't think that's a weather related delay because this is I-80 in here that goes on the north sides of Youngstown. Youngstown again. You guys are out of this severe warning. And then Mercer right here. And then I-80 keeps going that way. But this area has not been affected by weather. You can see there's actually dry roads. So I don't know why that. Oh, it looks like there might be construction or something. I see some amber lights in the distance there. That's not great. This area is in a tornado warning, so if you're out in this area, you do want to take tornado safety precautions. That is a dangerous situation there. Traveling westbound. So this is looking at basically the Ohio state line, looking west. So yeah, there's the construction. Looks like they might be wrapping up for the day anyway, but that's a bit of a mess. But so the storm would be off to the right of our camera, and it is generally moving towards this camera. So we may get a look at this storm. Yeah, still seeing that broad rotation. It's basically at the state line right now. These are winds going away from the radar out of Pittsburgh, and then the green are the winds going towards the radar. And we do see there's kind of this gray between the two. That shows that they're a little bit separate right now. But in general, kind of a broad area of rotation right in here. And that checks out where the cell is. There's the inflow notch. But nothing. Oh, it's a fast mover. So every time we get a new radar scan, it jumped from here to here. So that does show it's a pretty fast moving cell. I think it's still more in that 55 kind of range. We'll get an updated scan for the velocity in the next minute or two. But if there is a tornado, it'd be tucked in here, basically coming into the areas around Sharpsville, Lamont Corners, Lemoore Road. This is going to be Patagonia, Pritchard's Corner, Pennsylvania. Basically, the tornadic threat is going to be out of Ohio here in the next couple minutes around Buckeye Drive on the northwest side of Sharpsville. You guys really need to be in your tornado safe space. And then down Broadway Avenue and to I-80. I believe that's where this camera is. I'll have to check that in a minute, but I think that camera is right in this area. So definitely take your tornado safety precautions. Sharon, Hermitage, Sharpsville. Areas that actually had one of the strongest tornadoes in Pennsylvania history back in the early 1980s, and F5 in that area. Okay, everybody else in Ohio, I think we've covered Ohio decently right now. Still watching that cell around Fostoria and Tiffin. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on that cell. Want to go back to some of these cells that are moving pretty quickly in Indiana. This one has hail and damaging winds moving east at 75. That's along the Indiana and Ohio Turnpike, right at the actually at the tri-state here. Michigan, Ohio, and Indiana coming together. That's coming towards West Unity, Stryker, Archbold, and Bryan and Montpelier. We have this cell that's trying to catch the cold front. Looks like that cold front, I can still see it on the radar, is right in here. That means this cell is still elevated. Approaching areas around Fort Wayne. Quarter-size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. The winds have come up just a little bit on that cell. Have another hail-producing cell around Delphi, Flora, Rossville, Russiaville, approaching Kokomo, Indiana. And then also this hail producer near Williamsport with quarter-size hail. Haven't seen any major hail producers yet, but this is a fairly favorable environment. Sometimes it shows up as an outflow boundary, but in this case, that is the cold front surging to the southeast. And we have some new cells that have organized in central Illinois, out of the Peoria area, now back into Bloomington, an area that had some hail earlier with those first cells. Yeah, a couple of hail producers in here, quarter-size hail maybe some 50 to 60 mile an hour winds, but especially those two, one on the north side of Normal near Hudson, and then one here towards Leroy. Those are two of the main hail cores in that little cluster of cells. Not much back along I-70. You can see that cold front actually all the way back here on the Wichita radar. That's the wind shift along the cold front kicking up some dust and bugs and leaves and stuff. It, especially in the evening, can become a little bit more visible. Yeah, that cold front kind of snakes right across the Kansas City area. And I'm guessing like earlier, we can probably see some pretty good temperature difference. Yeah, wow, look at that. 24-degree temperature difference from areas here in northeast Kansas to the areas around the Kansas City metro, where it's 94 degrees in Kansas City, just a little bit away. 94 in Kansas City, about 50 miles north in St. Joseph, Missouri, it's 74. So very sharp temperature difference in north of that cold front. Yeah, that is a sharp temperature difference in only 50 miles, even sharper in over that. It was cooking today across the southern plains, it looks like. Likely a lot of record highs we'll get out of this. I haven't kept track today of the record highs, but we'll post those later. Usually the different weather service offices will have a pretty good read of the record highs. And here's Indiana. This is out of the Fort Wayne area, so we'll keep an eye on this as those storms get closing in on the Fort Wayne metro. Yeah, that's probably a better look. That's at 65 or 69, and basically the loop around Fort Wayne, looking to the south-southwest. So that actually is a really good visual there. Yeah, it's in the 80s, upper 80s across the Ohio Valley, mid 80s across Cincinnati, Dayton. They have dropped the tornado warning for the areas in Ohio. Thanks, Edward. Hope you're doing well today. I know a lot of people were enjoying opening day of baseball today, so this is another reason why I'm a little worried, because there are some people that are out and about enjoying almost summer-like weather and then have to deal with some severe storms here in the Ohio Valley tonight. Still seeing kind of this broad area of rotation. Sharpsville, Hermitage, again, back towards Mercer, New Wilmington, and then down towards Grove City, approaching areas around Slippery Rock. That cell doesn't look quite as punchy as it did just a couple minutes ago. It still is an area that's rotating. It is a tornado warned storm, but you can see if I back this up, those purple and magenta colors indicate a little bit better of a hail core, a little larger hail, and it just has a not as organized of a look right now. I want to make sure. Yeah. And it's getting slightly closer to the Pittsburgh radar, so it's not like it looks disorganized because it's getting away from the radar like sometimes we see. This one, yeah, it's gone through a little bit of a restructuring. We'll see. It may try to reorganize a new area of rotation off to the south, so keep an eye on that. Right now, it's a broad area of rotation. It may try to cycle. If it does, that would produce a new area of rotation. Come on, clear that out. That would possibly produce another area of rotation on this southern flank towards Leesburg, towards Grove City. But continue to stay in your tornado safe space there. That's lowest level interior room away from those doors and windows, and put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Yeah, we'll keep an eye on it. It may try to tighten up a new area of rotation. It's still north of the highway. I was just looking at the camera like, where's all the rain? But yeah, that is dry roadway on I-80 right there. I might see if we can get a different camera. This one will be blindsided by the storm, but all right, we'll go back and switch cameras there to the Fort Wayne camera. And can we get a different one? All right, yeah, we'll keep it on that one. It's kind of the best we got in this area. Yeah, there is a little bit more of a reorganization. I think this is cycling. Seeing a little bit of an increase in the hail core near Mercer. So we'll see here. It may try and carve out a new area of inflow, and then it'll try and cycle a new RFD, kind of start the whole process over again. And sometimes with cyclic supercells, we do see that. We see the first cycle after it's been tornado warned now for the first time, essentially in Ohio here, up towards that Mosquito Creek Lake. When it started to organize some rotation and get a little better organized, we sometimes do see that. It starts to get organized, the mesocyclone forms, it tries to get organized, but just can't get quite tight enough. And then the mesocyclone kind of falls apart, but then the cyclic supercell reorganizes, localizes a new area of rotation, and we'll see if that can produce. Generally, a lot of times that does happen, and you get a tornado in the second, third cycles versus the very first one. Those cells that were riding along the lakeshore earlier that were severe warned, some stronger cells in here, but this is just a cluster of just messy storms. If you're late getting out of work in Cleveland, that's going to be a not a fun ride home. So if you can get home, you got storms that are severe warned to your east, and then you just have a mess of storms to your west. So if you can get out now, or it's going to be a rough drive. Now, cell that we were watching earlier around North Baltimore, Fostoria, special weather statement, maybe some small hail in there near Tiffin, and maybe some gusty winds. We have this cell, tornado possible, severe thunderstorm warning, and half dollar size hail. The hail has come up on this cell. Yeah, probably not a tornado possible until this continues to get out ahead of the cold front. But let me just check on that. Yeah, that's still an elevated cell in some marginal dew points. It may have a brief window. There's a little bit of a warm nose, maybe right in there. Once we get over here, it's going to get into some more stable environment and be extra elevated. So we'll see. It may have a brief window here, kind of right along that cold front. A couple damage reports, trees down, and quarter-size hail around Rochester and Pulaski County in Indiana. This is what I was a little worried about with this cell and this cluster of cells. This is definitely turned right. This is the cell that was moving. It was warned for 85 forward movement miles per hour. It's slowed down a little bit. It's at 65. But if this continues more of that rightward movement, rightward from the perspective of the storm, so it's right from its forward motion. So if its forward motion is essentially east, right would be, to the southeast. If it continues that motion away from the cold front, this one has a potential. So keep an eye on this. Bluffton, Portland, and even into Ohio, like St. Mary's, Sydney, Wapakoneta, those areas. This could be a pretty nasty storm with at least damaging winds and some hail. Other storms being warned for hail in Indiana around Rossville, Frankfort, over towards Kokomo, and towards Williamsport, southwest sides of Lafayette. And some hail producers also in eastern and east central Illinois. Kind of an area that's gotten a few rounds of storms across this I-74 corridor. This cell is an interesting one. It is right along the cold front. So this is one of those cells that that we kind of noted at the very beginning of our stream. It has a little bit of access to that warm air. It's a little less elevated. It's getting a tornado warning because it does have some rotation on it that's actually picked up. This is right essentially at the cold front. So probably, since it's right along the cold front, not probably a long track tornadic situation. However, this is another cell that if it can make more of that rightward push, it has a better chance to be an all hazards threat. But this has tightened up here in the last couple minutes around Newtown and Wingate. We can see that in this cell, it's still a little elevated, but tornado warning now here in Indiana. This goes for Fountain County, Tippecanoe, and Montgomery counties in west central Indiana. That's moving east at 60, tornado and quarter-size hail. The hail is actually, the largest hail is probably going to be up almost out of that tornado warning around Odell, skirting areas like New Richmond, Romney, and Clark Hill, with the tornado threat south of there. That would be more center line towards Cherry Grove, Linden, Bowers. Should stay north of Crawfordsville, Indiana. But yeah, just in the last couple minutes, that's how quickly these can kind of spin up. Look at that, out of like nothing. But there is a pretty tight area of rotation now. And looking at it in storm relative, this takes out the storm motion. So you can see the rotation a little bit clearer on this. The green's going towards the radar and the red's going away. That one is a little bit brighter and tighter of a couplet. And it's right where it should be. It's in this little notch here around Wingate. We'll see. That one has a potential there for a tornado. Not likely imminent. I think that rotation is still elevated, to be honest with you, but you never know. So take your tornado safety precautions. Yeah, I'm worried about this cell as it gets east into basically the Ohio border here around Bluffton. This one doesn't have a lot of rotation yet, but this is another one that, as it gets east to that cold front, could get into a little bit better environment. And yeah, it's right along the cold front too. That is going to be a problem. That one could be a problem here. It's 79 in Huntington. It is 64 in Rochester. It's in the 50s back across north central Indiana. It's 82 in Portland, Indiana. So just out ahead of this, Marion, Indiana, 82. So this cell is also riding right along this boundary. It's going to jump ahead of the cold front, and that could be an all hazards problem. This could be a hail problem out here towards Bryan. And yeah, there is a hail core in here near Pulaski, Bryan, Stryker. Again, right along the Ohio Turnpike, and especially south of there. North of Defiance, approaching Napoleon and Providence, and maybe towards Deschler, Holgate. But I think most of that may go north of Deschler and Holgate. That's an elevated hailer for sure. They've dropped. Yes, they have let the tornado warning expire. The storm that prompted the warning has weakened below severe limits, no longer appears to be capable of producing a tornado. Therefore, the warning has been canceled. That's out of the National Weather Service in Pittsburgh on the Mercer County storm. It still has some broad rotation. It's basically right over Mercer. But yes, it does look weaker than it did earlier. Again, we'll keep an eye on it. It may try to reorganize down the road. So keep an eye on this. No warning, but just keep an eye on it if you're kind of in this corridor here. Grove City, Slippery Rock, East Brady, maybe down towards Katanning, Pennsylvania. It's certainly a somewhat favorable environment there along that Pennsylvania-Ohio border. Ooh, that's another one that has come up in the last couple minutes. This is organized out of that cluster. There's kind of a little messy cluster of cells. And you can see this one has the cluster of messy cells is continued towards Warren, not severe. But this one has rotation picking up right over Kent, Ohio, around Kent State University. And not much of a hail threat right now. But yeah, that one could be an issue. Tornado possible tag, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Edinburgh, Palmyra, Diamond, Rootstown, and Atwater. And what was the speed on this one? This was at 60. I'm going to take this out from where the circulation would be, but basically at 60. That back up to 60. Edinburgh, about 6 minutes. Palmyra, Fredericksburg, Ohio area, about 10 to 15 minutes. And then if it holds together, areas on the southwest sides of Youngstown, like Canfield and Woodworth, about a half hour. So that gets into a little bit more populated areas there, too. Let's go back. Ooh, they're really lighting up stuff here in Indiana. We have new warnings, $half size hail in that storm near Kokomo, Russiaville, and Forest. They're going to warn that tornado possible tag out ahead of the storm. That's tornado warned right now. Although I kind of doubted it earlier, it does look like it's more of an elevated threat. There's not much in that mesocyclone yet, so I think that may be what they're doing here. And that's why this is getting a kind of a tornado possible tag out in front of this. But continue to stay in your tornado safe space here around New Richmond, Cherry Grove, Manchester, Linden. Again, it's kind of elevated right now. It's right along the cold front. It could easily become more surface based. And I want to take a look and see if we can grab. That one is in a weird camera position spot. I think if I have a west-facing camera. This one might load. This is kind of facing north. It's facing northeast. Sorry. Same one. All right, we'll go with this one. This is facing north. So this is essentially coming towards the Lebanon area, Thorntown, Max, Whitestown, those areas on the northwest sides of Indianapolis. It'll be interesting. We talked about this on the earlier in the stream. I don't know if Ben, Grace, I don't know if you're still on. Talked about storms kind of moving towards that I-70 corridor later tonight. They have progressed a little bit faster than the modeling showed earlier. The modeling also showed a little bit more storm activity up here. So with a slightly faster progressive cold front and the storms, this may make it down towards that I-70 corridor a little bit quicker. I think Cincinnati, it's still going to be a later in the evening, late night kind of threat if you do get any stronger storms down there. But yeah, potentially, especially northern sides of Indianapolis, that's where we could get into a threat, I think, a little quicker than some of the models projected. And that would also kind of aligns with the Storm Prediction Center too, is this severe warning or severe watch that goes out until midnight Eastern across the I-70 corridor. These storms have actually worked their way through this watch area quite quicker than was maybe expected. So one severe thunderstorm one tornado warning. That's for east central Fountain County and west in west central Indiana. Take a look at that one. It expires in 4 minutes. It's actually a pretty short-lived tornado warning. And that partly is because it's moving pretty fast at about 60 miles an hour. Yeah, east central Fountain, southwestern Tippecanoe, and northern Montgomery counties. It is, I think, more of a wind threat. It's an elevated hail threat. I would guess they're not going to extend that tornado warning. It very briefly kind of tightened up, but I think it still was elevated rotation. Watching this one, this is that supercell that we'd been tracking for quite a while near Warren, Indiana. It's actually gone south of Fort Wayne, so some good news there. And we'll just pop something else on real quick while I move some cameras around. That's going to be the hardest part of this storm, though. The heaviest part of the storm is south of Huntington, around Warren and Lancaster, Indiana. Sorry. And let's see. Ooh. Here's a pretty good look at this storm. That's the rain shadow approaching the highway here on the this is looking south, so this is from the west. That would be looking at kind of this part of the storm with that camera situated, I think, right about here. So that camera's looking off to the south, southwest, and seeing that storm start to surge across the interstate there. And yeah, it's just jumped ahead. That's still a very fast-moving storm. This one may struggle because there's actually a pretty beefy hail core in this now. There are some signs of rotation starting to pick up a little bit on this cell. Yeah, that may interfere with the camera a little bit. There's a pretty good hail core on this. Yeah, rotation picking up a little bit in that area south of Warren. Which radar are we using? Yeah, we're using this. So it's actually that rotation would be crossing the highway right now. So that is that, if there is rotation, would be this area just on the top corner of your screen. I really want this to play, but it might not let us. Yeah, keeping an eye on this area right around Van Buren. That would be down towards Montpelier. And then down towards Portland, Bluff Point. That's a nasty cell in eastern parts of Indiana. They've extended that warning across the northern tier of Indiana. This is for those cells around Archbold, Wolcyon, down towards Defiance, with pretty nasty wind, but also ping pong ball sized hail, especially around Defiance and just north of Defiance, and then also around Pettisville and Archbold. They're going to extend that through the Toledo area. There is a little bit of a cell now across the state line too, with some quarter-size hail around Whiteford Township, Summerfield Township. That'll approach Monroe and LaSalle in parts of southeast Michigan. May get some. We'll see. We haven't had any warnings in Canada. There is a boy, it's hard to see on the radar there. There is a small area of Canada that's under an Environment Canada severe thunderstorm watch. Basically, Windsor and up to about St. Thomas. So we'll see if we get any warnings out of Canada today. Oh, let's see. About Cincinnati. Yeah, let's take a look at the timing. Earlier the models were showing a later in the evening event. That perfect camera angle isn't going to play, is it? Let me run the newest model and we'll take a look and see what that looks like. Let's see. Well, for sure overnight still. It looks like it wants to still continue developing storms through that Cincinnati area after midnight, but still not doing a great job showing storms in this general area on the northern sides, like this Crawfordsville area towards Frankfurt and Kokomo. Those kind of show that cell, but it still wants to take them a little more easterly. I think it's kind of right timing for here around Dayton, about that 8:30, 9 o'clock hour. Let's see, it's 7:18, about another hour or two. I think it could get into that area around Richmond or Dayton. Looks like it's going to be longer. It's probably going to be midnight or later if it does get pushed towards Cincinnati. This model wants to still take things a little more parallel to I-70 for a while. Yeah, but again, it's not super. I don't know. I'm a little skeptical. It's kind of not. It's still not really initializing great. That's this model for some reason. Let me see if there's another. Okay, I sometimes don't. I don't tend to use this. This is the Rufus model, the RRFS. It sometimes, I think it tends to overdo the convection and make things, it makes everything look really like massive convection wise, but I think it is initializing a little bit more storm coverage in this area where I think there's more storms currently. This still pushes the heavier storms into that Richmond, Dayton, Indianapolis area by about 8 or 9. And this Rufus model does push storms towards Cincinnati around 11 to midnight, which right now I'm kind of actually favoring maybe that time frame. Again, we're kind of now casting a little bit. I just don't know if the HRRR has a great handle on those storms in their current positions. All right. While we were going through that, we did get a new tornado warning. Not the cell I was actually expecting. This is another cell that's right on the cold front. You can see the cold front in here, extending out along that cell. Similar to this cell, it's going to struggle to maintain this mesocyclone, and we're seeing that with this cell that was previously tornado warned. It's more of a wind threat right now. It's north of the boundary in that area. So yeah. Yeah, like we kind of talked about real early in the broadcast here, may get some localized areas of rotation. A lot of them are going to be elevated and likely not a tornado threat. But if they do kind of get right along the boundary, there's a chance they get a little bit more surface based. But if they stay right along the boundary, they're just going to have a hard time really organizing and really just maintaining, which is likely this one as well. It does have a little bit of rotation in here near Tipton. Yeah, a little bit tighter back, actually, west of Tipton towards Kempton and Goldsmith. But right in here, just around the Tipton area. Yeah, there's a better look at it. There's your rotations. Moving along State Highway 28 from Tipton over towards Elwood. And that is moving at probably in that 60-mile-an-hour range too, yeah. Tipton, Hamilton, Howard, Madison counties in central Indiana. And that's a center line for areas like Alexandria and Elwood. We'll track this out. This, again, may be another cell that can tap some rotation here briefly, but I don't know if it's going to be a long track area of rotation either. Elwood, about 7 minutes. Alexandria, about 15 minutes. Yeah, the cold front is actually moving pretty quick, too. So it's still kind of right along and just behind the cold front. This one is the one to watch that I've been keeping an eye on for quite a while. It's now probably out ahead of the cold front, and we'll have to watch this area of rotation now south and east of Warren, towards Nottingham, Bloomfield, Indiana, Geneva, Indiana, those areas west of Coldwater, Ohio. Keep an eye on that cell. One tornado warning. We've had more tornado warnings outside of our tornado watch today than the one storm that was in north and west or north and east of Warren. That's near Grove City. Still has a little rotation in it, but it is massively weakened. So that cell likely not a tornado threat. And it looks like that cell that was tornado warned around, or not tornado warned, but tornado possible tag around Kent has also backed down. So these cells aren't quite working. It's a little bit messy in here. Some stronger storms coming off the lake, still around the Cleveland area. It's now, what, your third or fourth round of storms. And then also some pretty strong storms around Mentor, Paynesville, and over towards Lenox Township. This is a pretty nasty cell just along the Michigan and Ohio state line around Sylvania, just north sides of Toledo. Let's make it into Toledo too. Some rotation in there, and also the hail core is just on the Michigan side, Bedford Township. Yeah, Lambertville over towards Erie Township. It's going to get out near Luna Pier over the water. A little bit of rotation. The rotation's actually kind of near the Jeep plant on the north side of Toledo. This kind of cluster of storms, there's some embedded supercells in here, extends down towards Holgate and Deschler. Earlier, I wasn't sure if storms are going to get down that way, but this has actually turned a little more right as well. The hail core in here near Holgate, approaching Deschler, Hamler, and then extending down here towards Pleasant Grove, New Bavaria, Ottawa, and Leipzig, Ohio. keep an eye on that one. Tornado possible tag with also some hail. And it's probably moving at that 60, 65 mile an hour range as well. A little bit more of a populated area it's getting into around Findlay, Ohio. Yeah, that's going to be back over towards areas that had storms earlier. Deschler about 12 minutes. And then I-75, that would be North Baltimore down towards Findlay, maybe towards Bluffton, about 20 to 25 minutes. Kind of cutting, I-75 cuts right across the middle of your screen there and goes up towards Detroit and Toledo and then down towards Dayton and Cincinnati. But yeah, that's about 20, 25 minutes. They're going to push that warning out, which is probably a good idea. A little bit of a broad warning. It covers like everybody, but that's fine. So everybody in Northwest Ohio, Toledo, Perrysburg, Bowling Green, Fremont, Tiffin, Fostoria, Findlay, North Baltimore, down to Crawford, ping pong ball size hail and 60 mile an hour winds. The only thing I don't like sometimes is with such a broad warning, like this whole giant area, not everybody's going to see those, but certainly this corridor here, I think has the better chance. Leipzig, Deschler, Baltimore, maybe towards Fostoria and Tiffin, and then Findlay and Crawford. There's some other pockets of heavier hail in here, but not quite, I don't think, to the ping pong ball size. That ping pong ball size hail would be in here near Holgate. Actually upgraded to golf ball size hail. It looks like we've had some golf ball size hail reports earlier around Bryan and Ridgeville Corners. Those are nasty cells in Ohio. If you have a minute, like Crawford, Cary, Tiffin, Fostoria, Fremont, Pemberville, basically, if you're east of I-75, in like this area, you have some time to get those cars tucked away in the carport. I would do that, because that is going to be some serious hail, potential golf ball size hail coming towards those areas, especially like Findlay, Ohio. All right, let's get back to our interesting cells here. Yeah, rotation picking up near Nottingham, keeping an eye on that supercell. That also likely has some larger hail. And then we'll get over to our storm around Elwood. It's less of a tornado threat right now. I think they're pulling the trigger just a little too quick on a couple of these tornado warnings in Indiana right now. With those elevated cells, they're still elevated. 60 mile an hour winds a little bit ago near Frankfurt. That cell has actually significantly weakened. And you can see the cold front in here. Cold front is just over Lebanon, approaching Noblesville, just north of Carmel. But yeah, this is a elevated cell still. More chances of some stronger storms for ping pong ball size hail back towards the state line Danville and Covington, over towards Petersburg, and eventually back into some of those same areas around Crawfordsville. Keep an eye on those cells to your west. And then another larger hailstorm, Rantoul, Illinois, crossing I-57 right now with $half sized hail. Still some more storms over the lake. Chicago's kind of been grazed by the storms, but strongest storms have definitely stayed kind of along I-80 and points south, kind of as we've expected. I don't know if we're going to get much strong activity out here yet. It's kind of to be determined. This would be elevated, very elevated storms out here towards the Mississippi River Valley. And yeah, these are our largest hail producing reports so far, the golf ball size hail. It looks like for Ontario right now, the Windsor area, Detroit, that area is a little bit cool and stable. The strongest storms are hugging along the Ohio and Michigan state line it may make its way into the extreme southwest tip of Ontario, around Colchester, Kingsville, and over towards Wheatley, Amherstburg, maybe, with some stronger storms on the Ontario side of things. That strongest cell, I think, right now is passing through Toledo with some very gusty winds, quarter-size hail, and then the hail's come down a little bit on some of this activity. White House, Waterville, Perrysburg, into some of the severe weather. There's definitely hail back here towards Providence, between McClure, coming towards Bowling Green, but it's not that ping pong ball size hail. It's probably in that $50 size kind of range. And then here's where I think we do have an opportunity of getting some ping pong to golf ball size hail in this area from Holgate to Deschler. That is approaching areas around Findlay, North Baltimore, Fostoria, Cary, those areas. You definitely want to protect your yourself away from windows on the lowest floor, into your room, away from the exterior walls if you can, in a sturdy structure. Especially wind-driven golf ball, ping pong ball size hail can do a lot of damage. And then, yeah, Cleveland, Youngstown, up towards Erie. It's just kind of a rainy, messy cluster of storms. With one severe warning, that should expire. I think that storm has left that, yeah, the storm has actually left that polygon, so that one is not as much of a threat. Some areas that got some heavy wind and rain earlier, around Meadville, actually has another line of storms coming off the Ohio areas and off the lake. So another round of gusty showers and storms. Sub-severe right now across parts of northwest parts of Pennsylvania. And then still watching this cell, it's actually a little slower organized than I thought it might. Bluffton, Nottingham, Geneva, Portland, over towards Fort Recovery along the Ohio and Indiana state line. Keep an eye on that cell. Let's take a look at our cell that's tornado warned near Elwood. Rotation has really backed off that cell. You can see there's not much in here anymore. It's more of a shear line. There's maybe some broad rotation in here, but when we saw it earlier, it did have a little bit tighter. When it was tornado warned around Tipton, it was a little bit tighter there. And yeah, that has significantly broadened out as it's crossed the areas around Elwood. Not an imminent tornado threat, but there is some hail in there. $50 size hail possible. This cell doesn't look that great on radar, but it actually is producing some damaging winds. And those have actually surged out kind of along the cold front now too. So it's tapped a little bit of that energy right along the cold front. So even areas that don't have a lot of precip, they do have some gusty winds. And I'm interested in here. If we tilt this up, we may see, yeah, see, if I start to tilt the radar, there's different, it scans at different levels. And with the elevated cells, we can see there is a little bit more hints of precip down in here, although not fully. But yeah, so this is a little bit larger of a footprint than our base level scan. But that is some gusty winds, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Yeah, it doesn't show quite as punchy on that lowest level scan. Yeah, we had ping pong ball size hail around Danville just a few minutes ago. That's going to cross into areas around Covington and Veedersburg. Yeah, just into that Covington, Indiana area around Foster, Romaine Corner, State Route 263 on the northwest sides of Covington. And then we'll watch these storms. They're a little bit feisty around Gary, Indiana. We'll see what they can do if they're going to be elevated. They're way behind the cold front, but they may have a hail threat as they get a little bit away from the stable air along the lake. Those strong cells earlier are going to get a new warning for Youngsville, Warren, and areas around the Allegheny National Forest in Pennsylvania. Just not a hail threat, just 60-mile-an-hour gusty winds. And then they've trimmed back a lot of the warnings across Michigan to just the areas along the lake shore from Stony Point in Frenchtown, Monroe, Michigan, down to the state line around Vienna Junction and the Erie State Game area. Looks like the strongest part of that cell is pushing just offshore around Niles Beach, around Lakemont Landing and Harborview on the east side of Toledo there with the gusty winds. $half size hail is possible. Most of that is going to be right along the lake shore. And then, yeah, watching that hail-producing cell near Leipzig and Deschler, approaching areas like Finley, Cary, Fostoria, and Tiffin. Potentially some ping-pong ball-sized hail there. And Fort Wayne, you guys kind of missed the strongest storms. There's still storms over the Fort Wayne metro, but those are not as severe as the storms to your south. Still watching this cell around Bern, Geneva, and Portland. Broad rotation there. Let's see what it looks like. Yeah, still broad rotation around Nottingham. And then still seeing some rotation in here. This is that cell coming out of Elwood, around Alexandria. This is from the northeast Indiana radar. So still showing a little bit of, this is winds going away from the radar. This is winds going towards. It's very broad right now. And they've trimmed that up. Tipton, you guys are good to go. Elwood, you guys are on the back end of this. So just a threat around Summitville, Alexandria, north of Anderson, Indiana. And they are going to re-up this cell for ping pong ball-sized hail around that Nottingham and Geneva area, down towards areas around Boundary City, and just on the west side of Fort Recovery, Ohio. Tornado possible tag as well. I think that's a good idea, adding that into those. Yeah, we're seeing the wind profile pretty good on these cells. They're coming towards the radar site too, so getting a decent look at the winds in here. Lebanon, down towards Jamestown. That's where those gusty winds up to 70 miles an hour are possible with that cell. Kind of will this into playing. Let's see. Here's that cold front. You can see it also on the St. Louis radar. Let's see if there's another crazy temperature boundary like we saw in Kansas City earlier. Not quite there. It's still in the mid 90s in St. Louis. Takes a little bit to cool down. So still in the 80s across areas like Quincy. But yeah, this boundary right here is a lot tighter of a gradient. 70 and 74 across St. Joseph. It's 94 in downtown Kansas City. That's a distance between St. Joseph and Kansas City of about 50 miles. And that cold front looks like it's now kind of pushed right in this area. Newest warning for the areas around Muncie. This is going to be considerable threat for 70-mile-an-hour winds, quarter-size hail, and a tornado possible. So you want to be in that sturdy structure away from windows. Kind of, you don't have to take your tornado safety precautions yet, but just know where you're going to go if a tornado warning is issued, if things start to get crazy and spin up. But this is a pretty nasty cell. Central Madison, Delaware, Randolph, Henry, and Hamilton counties in central Indiana. It's moving east at 55. That is a storm over Alexandria. And yeah, 70-mile-an-hour winds, especially if you have a lot of trees on your property. You do want to shelter a little bit more similar to a tornado safety precautions if you have trees around you. 70-mile-an-hour winds can easily knock down some trees. Yeah, broad rotation still showing around Alexandria. Hold on just a second. We'll be right back. Okay, sorry about that. Had a VIP at the door, had to get. All right. Nothing major has changed, so that's a good sign. Back, take a look at things here. Roof damage in Trumbull County. That's what that storm that was, portions of the roof landed in a cornfield. That was with that tornado warning storm earlier. Yeah, near Fowler Township. That's where it tightened up. So that could be potentially some tornado damage. A brief touchdown. Wouldn't be surprised if that was. That storm is no longer severe. That storm is now in kind of a line cluster of storms. They have some shear in them. They're definitely some embedded supercell structures, but right now they're all kind of behaving themselves. They're interacting with each other. Some gusty winds in those. I wouldn't be surprised if we get some at least special weather statements with some of those storms in northwest parts of Pennsylvania. And then just kind of a messy cluster of storms in northeast Ohio right now. None of those are really severe. A couple ones to watch are in this area around Mansfield and Worcester, Ohio. But then we have our considerable threat for lime-sized hail. This is that area around Ottawa and Putnam counties with some lime-sized and golf ball-sized hail reports. We had that earlier around Henry County as well. And that hardest part is coming in just in this area on Findlay. So keep an eye on that. Findlay down towards Crawford and Cary and over towards Tiffin. Yeah, there's going to be, it's going to be rainy. There's going to be some gusty winds in some of these 30, 40 miles an hour. Right now, I'm not super worried about this area in northeast Ohio. Things could change, but for the most part, these storms are sub-severe. Now, that area in Ohio, I will say, keep an eye on these cells. They will continue to work towards you guys. So just because you're getting some storms now that aren't severe, there may be some higher end chances it's severe later this evening. And this whole area is going to get, I think, some rounds of storms. You know, kind of 1 round, 2 rounds. We may be starting to see kind of hints of a 3rd round developing with those cells around the lakeshore. And they all are going to kind of move east-southeast across this whole zone. So we do have to watch some localized flooding as well. But yeah, that's the strongest cell right there around Findlay, Ohio. A bit of a radar hole. Ugh, I forgot about that. Right as we were going on and getting the stream ready to go live, all these towers went out. Or at least that's what it says. Let me see. Yeah, they're not getting data. No data available. Yeah, we're somehow not getting radar data out of Southwest Ohio right now. So that's gonna be not fun. Come on. This cell has definitely strengthened from areas south of Huntington down across Warren and areas around Portland. We can see there's actually been a pretty good track of some hail in here in that golf ball size range. Golf ball size hail, State Route 9 in Indiana. Golf ball size hail by the emergency manager there in Warren. And this cell still has a warning for golf ball size hail and also a tornado possible in this area around Portland, Indiana, Bellefontaine, and basically approaching Fort Recovery, Ohio. They have extended that warning into areas around St. Mary's. This is going to be for Shelby, Dark or Darky. I don't know. Auglaize and Mercer counties. Probably just butchered a few different town names already on the stream, so we'll just continue to do that. Considerable threat. Also tornado possible, but this cell had weakened below tornadic limits a while ago. Coming through Muncie, Yorktown, and Eaton. It's mostly a wind and hail threat right now around Muncie. And then we also had the considerable threat there around Zionsville, Carmel, Noblesville, and basically the northern sides of Indianapolis with some pretty nasty wind coming into those areas there. The strongest part of that cell, at least weather-wise, with the potential for some hail, would be in the area around Noblesville. And behind that, there is more storms. We talked about that a few minutes ago too, but let's see. Oh yeah, here's some of that wind. Look at that camera shaking. And these cameras in Indiana are generally pretty stable. We don't get a lot of shaking out of these cameras on the Indiana cams that we've used before. This is right north of Carmel around Westfield, Indiana. And that is moving around pretty good. Ping pong ball size hail, Veedersburg to Crawfordsville. Moving right along I-74. So keep an eye on that one. Back towards Lebanon, Thorntown, Jamestown, those areas there. I didn't love that perspective, even though it was showing the winds pretty good. But I want to get a little bit wider of a perspective if I can to see the storm. We'll see if this works. And then we've lost our warnings in Illinois right now. That's a good sign. A couple stronger storms, Aurora, Yorkville, and back towards Mendota. Yeah, there's a good look. Saw the lightning flash there too. This is actually a pretty good look here. And even though this camera is actually lower to the ground, but it's on the bridge, it's kind of shaking and rattling a little bit too. So that does indicate that there's some decent wind, yeah, pushing across this area. And here comes the precip in with this storm. Again, that's a considerable threat, severe thunderstorm warning. North sides of Indianapolis, Madison, Hancock, Hendricks, Marion, Boone, and Hamilton counties. Moving east at 55. Overall, that cell has come down, at least on the reflectivity side of things, but that could still pack a punch there with those heavy winds. If you don't have to travel north of Indianapolis right now, I would just maybe delay that for a few minutes and try and get in behind this gusty line and then ahead of the next round. This one, I would guess if I had to bet, still doesn't look great on the velocities, but it does. It's probably the most organized this supercell has been in a while. It's got a really well structured forward flank on the downdraft side. It's got a really pronounced hail core. It's starting to kind of get a little of RFD surge and hook a little bit. Yeah. It's definitely starting to. It doesn't have a ton of inflow or spin yet, but it's starting to get that look. And sometimes we'll see that the structure comes up first as things kind of organize in the mid and upper levels of the storm, and then we start to get low level rotation following that. So yeah, just because it doesn't have low level rotation yet, keep an eye on this one very closely. Coldwater, New Bremen, Minster, Fort Laramie, and areas around Sydney and Pequot, Ohio. Right now, I think that's our most kind of well-structured supercell as far as like a textbook supercell structure. Pretty nasty winds with hail coming through Fostoria right now, and then down towards Findlay and approaching Cary, Ohio. The hail cores look like they've come down a little bit on these. We're also getting the warning extended out from the cell around Port Clinton, $half size hail, Sandusky, Huron, Norwalk, Fremont, although it looks like the largest hail may go north of Fremont. Fremont's right in here in the center of your screen. And yeah, it potentially could go north of Fremont there with that larger hail kind of around this area. And then also back here towards Fostoria with the other cell. So Fremont, you may split the uprights on this one. Yeah, it probably, where is it? Yeah, it would be the heaviest rain right now around that rail cam. And wouldn't be surprised if you got some hail showing up on the rail cam. Good idea. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's coming down pretty good on the rail cam. There might be some hail mixed into that. It's hard to tell. It's kind of so blurry. I can't share that. Unfortunately, I don't have a right to do that. Probably need to reach out to them and see if they'll let us borrow their rail cams for some of the weather. But yeah, nasty wind and rain. Kind of looks like you're in the middle of a washing machine with maybe some hail mixed in. I don't see any like super large hail. Sometimes you can actually see that in the cameras because it falls at a little bit different rate and sometimes a little bit different of a trajectory than the wind and rain and smaller hail. Yeah, wow. Visibility is very low on the rail cam right now out of Fostoria. That checks out. That's a really nasty part of the storm. Thanks for that, Edward. That's a good idea. Checking that. Because even if I can't share it on the stream, I can at least check it, and it helps me kind of visualize what's going on too. It's nicer on camera situations I can share with you guys too, but it still gives us some good good information. This is starting to surge out a little bit. You can see there's a little bit of a backward C shape in this cell near Fostoria, and kind of overall in this line a little bit. That may bring down the hail threat, and but that may increase the damaging wind threat as this moves across kind of central Ohio, upper Sandusky, Bucyrus, over towards the Mansfield and Ashland areas, down here in this part of the screen. So keep an eye out here ahead of this line of storms. This one has a potential to be some damaging wind. Yeah, they've dropped actually the larger hail threat. So that also kind of confirms what we were seeing there on the rail cam on the back side of the screen that that we weren't showing. But yeah, looks like the hail has come down. Wind threat, though, could continue And let's see, since they've updated it, I do want to take a look and see. Still moving east at a very quick pace, moving east at 70 miles an hour. That's going to put it towards those areas around Ashland. I would put it into Ashland in about 45 to 50 minutes. Mansfield about 40. Upper Sandusky 10 to 15 for the heaviest part. You're going to start getting some rain and wind and storms ahead of that. And then Willard about a half hour. We did get a new warning for this cell around Warren. Mostly a damaging wind and some small hail, quarter-size hail. It is a supercell, but it is elevated. So I'm not as worried about that cell right now. That is pretty far behind the cold front, too. And also trailing the massive rain and storms out ahead of it. So it's also going to be in a little bit of a rain-cooled environment already. This cell has ping pongs plus. This is probably in that golf ball size range around Fort Recovery. And still watching rotation. Rotation has not gotten crazy, but it is tightened a little bit. Just north of Fort Recovery, St. Joseph, Ohio. This has now crossed Indiana into Ohio and approaching areas like, let's see. The next town up is Fort Laramie, North Star, and areas like Newport. Keeping an eye on this one for areas around Sydney, Ohio. That's along I-75. Right now, a severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag, and ping pong ball size hail, but I'll say ping pong plus on this one. Shelby, I think it's Dark or Darkey County, Auglaize, and Mercer. And that's also tracking at 55. A couple different storm motions today, but they've all generally been pretty fast. Since there's not much rotation on that yet, I'll kind of take it out from the leading edge of the larger hail. And that would put it towards, oh boy, Coldwater, Ohio. About a minute. You guys are going to get hammered pretty good with some hail. And we'll likely see more hail reports come in behind this storm. But New Bremen, Minster, and Fort Laramie, about 15 to 20 minutes. And then Anna and Sydney, Ohio, about a half hour. If it holds together, West Liberty, Ohio, about 54 minutes. Good news is on that current track, the rotation risk, but also the hail should stay north of the areas around Dayton, Troy, Springfield, Ohio, some of the more populated areas. I guess longer term, though, watch out for areas west of Columbus. And then we still have this considerable threat, severe thunderstorm coming through the Muncie area right now with some pretty heavy wind and rain and some small hail embedded in this as well. Just on the east side of Muncie would be that quarter-size hail, quarter to $half size. Let's see if the correlation coefficient shows a little bit of hail in here. They've backed that threat down. That we saw the windy threat here in the north side of Indianapolis a little bit ago. And that cell does continue to diminish in intensity a little bit. Still watching the cell behind it for ping pong ball size hail around Crawfordsville, Indiana. And there's still more elevated cells back here with potentially some embedded pockets of small hail and some gusty winds, but nothing severe across northern Indiana right now. And then also taking a look, some stronger cells around Bolingbrook, Downers Grove, Naperville, coming towards the Chicago metro. And I want to check, the models had some storms developing out in central Kansas. Don't see much of those yet. Maybe a little bit of action further west, but nothing kind of in this area. around the Kansas City metro or around St. Louis. Some showers and storms north of there. Boy, Ohio is just a mess right now. What do we have? There's some severe storms kind of over the lake, but then there's a couple clusters of storms through north central Ohio now, running from about Port Clinton, Sandusky, approaching Norwalk, down through Fremont, Tiffin, and now east of Findlay. They both have potentially some $half size hail in some of these pockets. This one right here approaching Sandusky or upper Sandusky, and maybe a little bit of hail near Tiffin, but I don't see anything really crazy there. And then also likely some $half right along the lake shore, basically along Port Clinton over to Sandusky. And those are going to continue, kind of these clusters of storms continue working to the east, southeast. So new warnings out here for the lakeshore around Lorain, Norwalk, Huron. That will work back towards the Cleveland area. All right, and that cell that we've been tracking for, I don't know, basically the whole stream. This started as a pretty organized but elevated supercell back in north central Indiana. Now has finally gotten the rotation organized, even though the cell has shrunk a little bit in size. It's tight enough rotation just to the east of Fort Recovery. That's where we see a new tornado warning. It's the same counties, Shelby, Darkey, hopefully saying that right again, or Dark, I don't know, Darke, Auglaize, and Mercer in west central Ohio. Moving east at 40, it's near St. Henry, Ohio, and it has slowed down a little bit too. That is interesting. Yeah, the largest hail is in here near Coldwater, approaching areas like what is that? Burkittsville, St. Henry Road, just on the south side of Coldwater. That's where I'd put probably the largest hail, coming over towards New Bremen and Minster. Keep an eye on those cells, or in that part of the cell. And then the tornadic cell would be just on the southern flank of that, right in here. Yeah, it's pretty compact. So the separation between the hail and the tornadic threat is pretty minimal. So you may get kind of both in some of these areas. But areas around Minster, Fort Laramie, Newport, New Bremen all need to be in your tornado safe space. And this goes out until 8:45. So another 35 minutes in those areas. Fort Recovery, you guys are in this warning polygon. It's going to be just to your north and east. So stay in your tornado safe space, or at least stay hunkered down for another couple minutes. But this will continue working away from Fort Recovery. And yeah, it is starting to organize a little bit better. This may also be very similar to that cell in eastern part of Ohio earlier. It's compacted a little bit, so the area of rotation is actually probably going to be rain and possibly hail wrapped. May be hard to visualize the tornado. And as we can see on our cameras, it is starting to get a little dark in the Eastern time zone. Got a new tornado warning along kind of this messy cluster of storms, but there was one cell I think we noted earlier. Wow, we just got another cell. Back to back. We noted a little bit of an increase in wind on the southern flank of this. This is south of Worcester, Ohio. It's kind of also a bit broad, but this is a little bit more favorable environment. Martinsville, Millersburg, Walnut Creek. This goes out for Holmes County in northeast Ohio. Tornado possible, and then quarter-sized hail Yeah, the hail cores come up in this cell as well. That's kind of generally headed towards the New Philadelphia area at 55 miles an hour. It's near Holmesville. So that's about right. It's moving away from the Worcester area. Definitely an organized cell there. Let's track this out. I would put it towards New Philadelphia in about 25 to 30 minutes. Keep an eye on that one. And then we just got that new warning also for that storm around Upper Sandusky. Let's see. This is a bit of an annoying radar hole already. I'm just going to check and make sure it's not just this program, but I don't think so. I have backup radar software and programs, and yeah, they're not receiving data either from the Columbus radar or the Dayton radar or the Wilmington radar. Okay. That's going to be a little bit annoying because this area in kind of north central Ohio is already a bit of a radar hole. We generally have to get radar out of Cleveland, out of eastern Indiana, which is back just off the screen, or out of that Wilmington radar, which is just off the southern end of your screen, down this way. So, already a bit of a radar hole, and some of our closest radars are down. So that's going to make this a lot more annoying. And maybe a reason why there's a tornado warning on here, because it's just really hard to tell what's going on at the ground level. And that's also moving east at 80 miles an hour. That's moving. There is broad rotation showing up in this cell near Upper Sandusky, but it is impossible to see what's going on at the ground level. But Bucyrus, Marion, Ohio, Big Island, down towards Mount Gilead, and over towards Crestline. You guys need to be in your tornado safe space, lowest level interior room, especially since we can't really tell what's going on the ground level. That makes that even more of a dangerous situation. That's for Marion, Wyandotte, Morrow, and Crawford County. Still, cell is still showing pretty good rotation around that area just south of Coldwater, Ohio, and also up to golf ball size hail. So continue to stay in your tornado safe spaces there. Fort Laramie, Minster, New Bremen, over towards Coldwater, and east of Fort Recovery, Ohio. And continue to watch these storms now pushing east of Muncie towards Winchester, Union City, and Lynn. Severe warning there. And then also severe warning back towards Crawfordsville and Lebanon. The hail cores come down on that one. It's a general severe thunderstorm warning right now. And then no other warnings across central and northern Indiana, but there are some pockets of hail in some of these cells. So we'll keep an eye, may get a few warnings, likely not tornadic. Those are all mostly just hail and some gusty winds. As well as this cell is actually pretty nasty around the southern side of Chicago, especially around Orland Park, over towards Oak Forest, and may get towards Hammond, Indiana, with some gusty wind and some small hail, as well as those storms that came off the lake earlier around South Bend. Yeah, they're going to fill in a warning there around that Winchester, Union City area that we just mentioned. So right now, actually, this is our peak of the day for tornado warnings. We have 3 tornado warnings from different cells, and they're all right now in our tornado watch area in Ohio. So we'll take these kind of east to west again. The one around Millersburg likely has some quarters to $half size hail around Mount Hope. It's kind of very broad rotation approaching Berlin, Walnut Creek, and Sugar Creek. This is out in like Ohio Amish country, I think, too. So a little bit more rural of an area, but some areas that definitely have populations. And yeah, we're seeing kind of those broader reds and greens showing winds going away from the radar towards the radar, but they're very broad at the moment. A little bit area that's more connected, maybe right here, or also Mount Hope. A couple areas that show a little bit more localization. But we're a little far from the radar on that cell, too. Let me see. I think if we get better radar from Pittsburgh. Not really. Yeah, that Cleveland radar is the closest radar. But yes, a little bit more localization there, just around the Berlin area on the latest radar scan. Yeah, right in there, around County Road 201, approaching US Highway 62 and State Highway 39, around Berlin, Ohio. Nasty cell right there. We have our radar hole storm that we won't really see what's going on in here, but around Upper Sandusky, down towards Marion, and out towards Galion, Ohio. And then our other cell, golf ball size hail. And this one has actually stayed fairly broad, but it's now east of Coldwater, approaching New Bremen, Minster, and Fort Laramie. They're going to also warn basically a continuation of the cluster of storms. Boy, that is a really annoying radar hole right now. In here from Blanchard, Ada, down to Russell's Point, Wapakoneta, Mount Victory, and then approaching Bellefontaine. New severe thunderstorm warning there. And Cincinnati, still looking okay around Cincinnati. Got to watch like those cells back here. Still west of Indianapolis. Cold front looks like it's kind of right in this area. So these are all elevated cells across northern and central Indiana. But these have a potential to maybe work their way down towards the Cincinnati area. Right now, those tornado warned cells in now crossing the state line into Ohio are more in a southeasterly track. Again, the bigger threat right now is along and north of I-70. So keep an eye on those cells: Sydney, Springfield, the Columbus area, Delaware, and then the other tornadic cells are more in central Ohio. Those could sink down towards eventually Zanesville, New Philadelphia, and towards the Wheeling area. But yeah, Cincinnati, it's going to be a late night storms, and probably more of a wind threat, if there's any severe threat still in those. Okay, just updating some cameras there. That's out of that Wheeling area, so we will keep an eye on Wheeling. Right now, things have actually been really calm. Haven't really needed that camera for weather yet, but keep an eye on extreme northwest parts of West Virginia, basically the West Virginia Panhandle. A new cell with quarter-size hail around Marion, Indiana, coming towards Gas City, Nottingham. Areas got hit pretty hard earlier with severe storms. A lot of counties in here: Grant, Blackford, Wells, Jay counties. Again, quarter-size hail, some gusty winds. And that's moving more easterly, so that's an interesting movement. It's one of those cells that we just mentioned, elevated with pockets of hail in those. Also still at 55 though. Zooming in a little bit, Gas City about 5 minutes, Pennville about 30. That would be also like Nottingham. Okay, they've extended that warning for those cells around Union City into parts of Ohio. That's Wayne, Preble, and Darkey County. I'm still not sure I'm saying that county right. Need to get cells away from that county so I don't keep mispronouncing it. If anyone knows, throw it in the chat. But the strongest cell there is south of Winchester, and then also another hail core near Boundary City. Those are going to approach areas around Greenville, Ohio, and areas just north of Richmond. So this cell's still tornado warned another 20 minutes. It's between Coldwater and New Bremen. There's some good lightning showing up on the Richmond camera. That's a pretty good perspective looking basically northwest towards that area of severe warned storms. Actually, a pretty good amount of lightning there. But this is gonna continue to get into a new, basically a radar hole. See the edge of our radar coverage, basically right there. It's as it continues to work towards the I-70 corridor in Ohio. It would normally work towards this Wilmington radar, but we're not getting data from it. So on this app or any of my other radar products. So something's down with the Wilmington radar, which is really frustrating with all these storms kind of moving into this area. So take any warnings seriously if you're in South Central, Southwest Ohio, because we just really don't have a great look at least the surface level of these storms. That would include the Columbus area later. And I'm actually curious. Let me see if they've posted anything. And definitely give us a follow. There it is, WxCast Live on X and Facebook, especially X. It's actually pretty easy to repost chaser footage and stuff that we can't share on the stream for copyright. But it looks like a gust NATO earlier around St. Joseph, Illinois. Risk for large hail, damaging winds, and tornadoes continue across the watch area. They've highlighted that a little bit ago too. So that's yeah, and all hazards that continues across that severe watch area. All-time statewide March record. All-time high temperature for March, record of 105 in Beaver County, Oklahoma. That's out on the Oklahoma Panhandle today. That broke the old record of 104 from Frederick, Oklahoma in 1971. So that's lasted quite a while. New record there for heat in Oklahoma. All right, let's see. I was going to socials because a lot of times the National Weather Service, by the way, if you don't know and you do have social media, follow us, but then also follow your local National Weather Service office because they do post some good stuff for the public too. But I'm going to check that Wilmington office and see if they've posted anything recently. They have extended the watch a little bit through a little bit to the south. So now Columbus is actually in the tornado watch. I guess these counties are in this area: Dayton, Springfield, Columbus, Lancaster, and then Richmond, Indiana were not originally included in the tornado watch. So I guess the expectation is an all hazards threat may continue there until 11. So we'll continue to monitor that part of Ohio, and I'm trying to see. Okay, National Weather Service Wilmington is experiencing a comms outage. The backup process is in place. Oh boy, yeah. So it's not just the radar tower, it's a communications outage with the National Weather Service out of Cleveland working those warnings, as well as the National Weather Service out of Jackson. That's, I believe, Jackson, Mississippi. So yes, it's not just a radar issue. It's not just an app issue. So also, if you're on this app or any other weather app and you're not getting radar data out of those highlighted areas in red, some radar apps show the towers differently. So you may not get indications like this. We get indications here. These red indicators show that the radar is not functioning properly. And yeah, if you're not getting radar data, it's because those towers are down. Looks like a couple others, but some of these that's a research radar, so some of these are down a little more frequently, but there are a couple others that are out. They've dropped that tornado warning around New Philadelphia, continuing a quarter-size hail severe thunderstorm warning. There is some broad rotation still in here near Walnut Creek, so we'll continue to monitor that area: New Philadelphia, Goshen, Ulrichsville, down towards Hopedale and Cadiz, Ohio. That's eventually approaching the Ohio River around Steubenville. A pretty nasty cell there. Carroll, Harrison, Jefferson, and Tuscarora counties, and that is also at 50. Try to check every once in a while because storms do adjust. At 50, that puts it into Steubenville in about an hour, so keep an eye on that one. That's another one that if you have some time here in eastern Ohio to get the car in the carport, it's a good idea to take that. This is a really nasty cell, at least at the upper levels. You can see the hail core in here, and it hooks around. And yeah, there is rotation in here, actually showing up decently tight for how far away we are from the radar. I'm not going to see anything at the ground level, but that is a tornado-warned cell there, that supercell, coming towards Mount Gilead, Clarendon, just north and east of Marion, Ohio. And that'll continue working down towards Lexington, Belleville, and Fredericktown, maybe towards Mount Vernon. If you're out ahead of that, definitely take your tornado safety precautions if you are in that tornado warning. Poles down on Highway 274 at Chickasha, Ohio, in Mercer County. That's with that tornado warned cell around Minster and Fort Laramie. And again, seeing some broad upper level rotation. We're basically pushing this radar to its max. So we're looking very far up in the storm. And I'm curious. I have another radar product where I can see how high that we are looking up in storms, and I'm just curious. I bet this is probably at least about 8,000 feet, but I'm not 100% sure, so we'll just check that out. Um, oh, it's even higher. It's about 9,500 feet, so we're close to 10,000 feet, and yeah, really can't see much at the ground level for that cell around New Bremen. That's why these cells are on the max of this radar. That's why they look very kind of fuzzy and not very pronounced. We can't see the sharp like hook feature. Um, we can see some of the hail features, the hail cores. Same with this cell north of Richmond. Um, also may have some broad rotation with it, but really can't tell any surface level features of these storms. Yes, there is, it looks like some rotation in here around Lynn, Indiana, approaching Spartanburg, and then the state line over towards New Madison, and eventually Greenville in Ohio. So let's see if this camera gets working again. But that was the camera here that was showing a lot of lightning in that storm. So that's a pretty strong storm. A couple other severe storms still around Crawfordsville and west of Crawfordsville with some small hail, gusty winds. A lot of storms, but a lot of small hail cores and gusty winds in these. The other one around Gas City, Upland, over towards Hartford. And a pretty nasty line of storms also up in these areas around Warsaw with some wind and hail. And also around Hammond, not severe warned, but some wind and hail in that storm as well. Stronger storms also coming back into Cleveland, now on the west side of Cleveland, Lakewood, Westlake, North Olmsted, down towards LaGrange and New London. They're now through Norwalk. Probably a similar look on this cell. We're pushing the radar to the max there out of the Cleveland area. And looking up about 7,000 feet. So that's why we can see a little bit more in that storm, but still not enough to really give a lot of details. But it's in here. Ooh, just by the look of it, it could be producing a tornado. Just by the look of it, it really wraps up pretty good on the reflectivity. It's a very pronounced supercell. Inflow region funneling in here. Your rear flank downdraft surging out, and it has a really pronounced hook. Again, we're up at 7,000 feet, so it's going to be really hard to tell what's at the surface level, but that also does align with basically the strongest area of rotation. Ugh. That's a really dangerous storm. Yeah, it's near Harding Highway and Caledonia, approaching County Highway 61 and State Highway 61 near St. James, Ohio. So if you're just joining us, it is 8:36 in the Eastern Time Zone, 7:36 Central. We have two tornado warnings. They're both in Ohio. We have a communications and radar outage in the area that those are basically moving through. And then we have a number of strong but generally sub-severe storms across northern and central Indiana, with the strongest storms right along and north of I-70. And then same for basically Ohio. We have pretty strong storms across the Cleveland area, especially west and southwest sides of Cleveland. Some gusty winds, small hail, and a lot of lightning coming back into Cleveland. But then our strongest storms right now are essentially north of I-70 in across the central part of the state. We are far from the radars. So they're going to drop the tornado tag on that storm around Minster and Anna, approaching Sydney, Ohio. They're going to keep it a golf ball size hail. They're going to continue the golf ball size hail threat, continue a tornado possible threat, and then also considerable threat there for the hail. That's approaching Sydney, Ohio as we are talking. That is Shelby, Logan, Darkey County, Auglaize, and Mercer again. And that is going to continue basically into the areas around Sydney in the next couple minutes. And rightly so, they're extending the tornado warning for Mount Gilead, Fredericktown, Danville, Mount Vernon, Ohio. This is going to be for Richland, Morrow, and Knox counties in north central Ohio until 9:30 Eastern. And yeah, this was that dangerous cell that we were just talking about. It's right on the edge of radar coverage, but it is presenting very well structured as a supercell as it works its way to the southeast. And I believe they upped the speed to 60. I saw that. Oh, 65. So now moving southeast at 65. Here's some of your town names here. Mount Gilead, about 5 to 7 minutes. Fredericktown, 24. Mount Vernon, 31. Danville, about 41. That's towards the end of the warning polygon. And also Newcastle, Ohio, about 51, right on the edge of the warning polygon. And also Belleville, about 20 minutes. I do want to, just in case it turns a little bit more towards the left again, taking more of an easterly path. Again, Belleville, about 20 minutes. Loudonville, keep an eye on the cell. If it does get towards you guys, it'd be about 40 minutes from now. Even though you're out of the warning polygon, just in case it takes more of that easterly track. It's probably going to hug maybe the northern half of this warning polygon, at least the tornadic and strongest part of the cell. Mount Vernon, I still think you're in that, but areas down towards Rich Hill, Utica, that may be a little bit more questionable. Keep an eye on this. Get ready to take your tornado safety measures. But yeah, Fredericktown, Mount Vernon, about 24 to 30 minutes. That right now is our only tornado warning storm right now. All right. Well, things are somewhat quiet. They're not quiet, but basically, while these storms are in a radar hole, and we've just covered this tornado warned storm pretty significantly at the moment, I'm gonna go grab a refill in the drink. My throat is killing me right now with the spring allergies. I don't know about everywhere in the country, but if you're basically along and south of the Ohio River, I mean, it's like everything is blooming. There's clouds of allergens and pollen. It's a big mess. So let me go refill the drink. I'll be right here. Probably gonna grab a snack too, and just eat that off camera. But usually even if I'm off camera, I'm right here in the studio. So if anything goes crazy, we'll keep an eye on it. But yeah, just give me a couple minutes here, and I guess I might try and figure out what. Let me do a little more digging into this communications outage that's causing all this mess, and basically it causes a giant radar hole where these storms are moving into. So I'll see if I can get some more information on that too. But again, right now, that's the other kind of breaking news story or weather story besides all the storms right now is basically Southwest Ohio doesn't have radar coverage at the moment. Um, so yeah, that's a problem. uh, what a day. There's always something. Anyway, all right, stay with me and we'll continue through this here. Again, if you're in those newest tornado warnings, continue to take your tornado safety measures. It's still showing pretty good rotation, and again, we're looking up in the storm about 8,000 feet. Around Mount Gilead, down towards Fredericktown, and Mount Vernon are up next in that warning polygon. I'll just, woo, all those. Now what? Still, actually, while we're checking stuff, still in the 80s, mid 80s, south of I-70 in Ohio. Okay. All right. Quick refill in the drinks, quick little dinner, and recharge and ready to go. Nothing crazy. Too much has happened while I was getting kind of refueled and everything. We still have now a large severe thunderstorm warning, tornado possible tag with for a ton of counties in southwest Ohio, or south or west central Ohio, basically along and north of I-70 for the Dayton metro. This is going to be tornado possible tag, hail and wind. Wow. Okay. And we're flying blind again. There is a radar / communications outage in the Wilmington office for the National Weather Service office. And I assume associated with that is why we don't have any radar coverage for the Cincinnati Tower radar, the Dayton Tower radar, which would be crazy useful right now, Columbus or Wilmington. I think we talked about it earlier. The Wilmington office with the communications outage is passing the warnings off to every National Weather Service office. Has backup offices if something happens. A lot of times it happens if the specific office is under a tornado warning, they may be taking their tornado safety measures and pass the warnings off to another their designated partner office or backup office while they're kind of under that threat. This may be a little bit more of a longer term one. And this also happens sometimes on a regular basis, but generally not on a severe day where a weather service office may do system resets and things like that, or system upgrades and pass the warnings off for that day. But right now, communications outage for that Wilmington office, the warnings are being handled by the National Weather Service out of Cleveland and the National Weather Service out of Jackson, Mississippi. So we're kind of flying blind a little bit. It's going to be a little bit old school here. And the Weather Service offices are going to have to rely on storm reports from Skywarn storm spotters. So if you have an idea that you're interested in weather, go to your local National Weather Service website and search the Skywarn. And especially this time of year, there's usually a lot of classes offered. They're free and they're open to the public, but that's a great way to help your community is Skywarn spotting. So we see that there's a cluster or line of storms. It looks like there's 3 kind of cells that are the strongest in here. They all could have some hail, wind, and potentially a couple tornadoes are possible. We don't have really any ground level coverage of these cells. The one was tornado warned earlier near Coldwater, but they are warned for Shelby, Champaign, Preble, Logan, Darkey, Clark, Montgomery, and Miami counties in west central Ohio. That is basically along and north of I-70, so it doesn't include downtown Dayton. And let's see, how fast? At 55. So here are some of your times of arrival. Roughly Urbana, about 20 minutes. If these hold together, Columbus in about an hour to the Columbus metro. Cincinnati still not in a severe threat. Cincinnati, we're going to have to look for storms that are still out here in northwest of Indianapolis and even back here towards Illinois. So yeah, Cincinnati, it's still going to be like this stuff that moves your way, which is, again, probably after 11 to midnight kind of time frame. Probably the earliest is about 11 to midnight, and then the models still show storms rolling through there at well after midnight, like 3 or 4 a.m. Let me just check. We'll check models again. Yeah, a higher threat of storms earlier, the closer you are I-70. This is a model run that shows 10, 11 p.m. Could have more of these storms into the areas like Dayton, Washington Courthouse, even towards Wilmington, potentially down towards Middletown or Hamilton. Not quite into even, at least on this model, into Cincinnati. And that might even be a little pushing it. But I think by Dayton, you're probably looking at about 10 p.m., which, yeah, probably about an hour. Within the next hour towards the Dayton metro. Otherwise, yeah, we're looking at those storms building back across Illinois and Indiana that will slide to the southeast. And this latest run puts kind of the leading edge of those storms into more of the Cincinnati immediate metro at about 1 a.m. So, yeah, still more of a late night threat for storms across Cincinnati and the Ohio River Valley. And then potentially a couple rounds of storms, with eventually storms moving through. It still may be raining early in the morning for the commute by about 7 a.m. So Cincinnati, it is going to be a late night storm risk for you. A couple mesoscale discussions. The green highlighted area is for flash flooding. We kind of highlighted that earlier. Potential rounds of heavy rain coming across this area. This one, kind of waiting on potential for additional storm development. Oh yeah, we're starting to see additional storm development here into western Illinois. So Cincinnati, these could be your storms kind of across the Mississippi River Valley. These are going to be the storms that likely work into the Cincinnati area in that kind of 1, 2 a.m. kind of time frame. This also means more rounds of storms for Indianapolis, more rounds of storms for Urbana, Bloomington, Danville areas. And then we have a new mesoscale discussion for a low chance of an additional severe thunderstorm watch likely. This probably wouldn't be a tornado watch. It'd be a severe thunderstorm watch for marginally severe hail, but probably not likely. It's only a 20% chance. Let's see what they're saying. Yeah, a few isolated hailstorms. So likely not a watch for this area, but we'll watch and we may get some warnings if storms do develop. These would all be elevated storms. You can see the cold front kind of through central Missouri right now. So if anything does develop out here in Kansas City, it'd be mostly a elevated storm threat there. Yeah, not really seeing any development out there, except across maybe the Mississippi River Valley has some. Right now, no severe warnings in actually either Illinois or Indiana. Yeah, that's why there's no watches right now, just because kind of this area here along the Ohio River, most of the current severe storms are going to be east of there, so these aren't really a threat for you guys. Yeah, it's going to be probably like those storms that work their way. And generally, if there's a watch in place, it's for like a somewhat imminent chance of storms. They're not going to usually put a watch out, 7 hours in advance or something like that. Usually a couple hours in advance, you sometimes get watches for. We started a stream recently where there was no warnings, and actually not even a lot of storms, but the watch was out, I think about an hour and a half or so before storms kind of upscaled. So yeah, they may, if you get a watch, it would be towards probably the midnight hour, unless we get to see, unless we start to see some additional storms develop. Let's just check that along the cold front, like down in this area. Then those would work towards Cincinnati quicker, but we're just not seeing that right now. Okay, what are we doing here? We still have this tornado warned supercell. Still really on the edge of radar coverage. So radar indicated tornado warning around Mount Vernon in Ohio. They're going to extend a severe thunderstorm warning out ahead of that for Newcastle, Conshohocken, West Lafayette, Dresden, and Newcomerstown. Tornado possible and $50 size hail. That's Conshohocken. I think I said that kind of weird. Conshohocken, Guernsey, Muskingum, and Tuscarora County in east central Ohio. And moving at 65. So that storm is going to get your way fairly quickly. And it just jumped ahead because it is moving pretty fast. So here's some of those locations at 65. We'll change that. It'll update in the top of the screen. Newcastle, about 9 to 10 minutes. Warsaw, 16. West Lafayette, about a half hour. And then towards the end of the warning polygon, Newcomerstown, 35 minutes or so. So that's his dangerous cell. We'll see if it gets a tornado warning, gets re-upped. Again, we're really pushing radar coverage, but there does seem to be rotation, at least at the upper levels in that area around Mount Vernon. We'll see if we got any tornado reports. That would be helpful if there's any spotters in those areas. Yeah, it's hard to say. It's probably going to be more of a severe thunderstorm risk. I don't think the tornado risk is as high down here. But that would be something that the National Weather Service will determine later. Let's see. Can we look at some of that data? Maybe. Yeah, I can pull some data. Let's see. Certainly it's warm enough. You have the warmth and instability. Oh, see, by the time the storms get to Cincinnati, even though it's a warm and moist atmosphere out ahead of this, you guys are still south of the crashing cold front. The cold front may push through before some of those storms get to you, so that would limit a tornado threat. It's gonna be timing. You're gonna have to see if the storms out to the west, like out kind of on the edge of the screen here, but if they can get to Cincinnati, by the time they do, it's likely that the cold front may kind of be in here. That would limit your tornado chances. If the cold front, and it's progressing pretty quickly, but if the cold front, say, slowed down, kind of hung up around the I-70 corridor, and storms got in, surface-based storms, that could elevate the tornado chance, but it's likely the cold front's been pretty steadily progressing southward. By the time you get into the midnight hour and beyond, it's going to be down across northern Kentucky. So it should be, at least right now, looking more like an elevated storm risk along and behind the cold front, which that would be, if it's severe, it would be a wind and maybe some embedded hail threat. But you could get storms without even a watch, because the storms may just not be quite more isolated severe, rather than expected to be kind of scattered to widespread severe. Some of these storms in east central Indiana are a little bit feisty, but they have come down a little bit. I'm seeing less hail, some gusty winds in these. So yeah, and these storms are kind of disorganized right now too. So we're kind of waiting to see how these storms organize. If they organize better into more of a convective system and kind of work towards the Ohio River Valley, that would increase certain threats. And then if they stay kind of these disorganized clusters, that'll reduce your severe threat. So that's why there's no watch. Just timing. It's going to be a while till storms get down to the Ohio River, and then also looks like some question marks on storm mode and the environment down there once they get there. There was that original tornado warning storm earlier near Berlin, Ohio, and New Philadelphia. It looks like it dropped some inch and a half diameter hail. That still is a hail threat. It is actually coming toward the Steubenville area. I think we called that a long time ago. I believe it's slowed down a little bit because that was going to be like an hour. Yeah, it slowed down a little bit. I think originally it was moving at like 65 miles an hour. So it has slowed down. But a warning for the Steubenville, Ohio area, and then across into West Virginia and areas around Washington in Pennsylvania. We also have non-severe storms across the Pittsburgh metro right now, kind of coming in from the south or from the north, moving towards the south. Strong storms, but not severe. Moon Township over towards Harrison Township and then out into central Pennsylvania. And actually all the way, there's quite a bit of rain and precip all the way up through central Pennsylvania. They line of kind of embedded storms and showers. We lost the severe warnings around Cleveland earlier. That's mostly worked its way into cooler and more stable air. But again, kind of embedded showers and storms across northeast Ohio. Maybe another round of some stronger storms back towards Fremont and Port Clinton. Those may work their way towards Cleveland again. But the atmosphere has already been worked over a couple times, so likely a little less severe chances across the Cleveland area. And yeah, the tornado watch goes another hour and 45 minutes. So I'm feeling okay about Cleveland. A couple stronger storms now coming through Fort Wayne with some hail, gusty winds. Take a look at these. These are just sub-severe. They also have, they're moving east at 70 miles an hour. Those may get severe warnings from time to time, but just not seeing much right now. Some small hail, gusty winds. And also coming towards the Indianapolis metro, again, another round of storms. Those look to be a little bit closer into town, so that some of that may skirt downtown Indianapolis. And then, yeah, we have seen more development across Illinois, but none of these storms are severe right now. A couple stronger cells near Decatur, and then back south of Springfield, Illinois. St. Louis is okay right now. That cold front is just knocking on the doorsteps north of town. Stronger sub-severe storms across northwest parts of Illinois. Yeah, we've had a few rounds of some hail across. Surprised that one storm was not severe warned. It looks like it was producing severe hail, uh, minimally severe hail, about an inch in diameter around Orland Park. I think we noted that earlier. It looked like it had a hail core in it. And that came across Hammond. That storm looks a lot less healthy than it did earlier. It's now south of South Bend. This may be one of our stronger storms in the state right now. This cell approaching Decatur, so keep an eye on that cell. Some gusty winds, maybe some small hail, as well as those cells south of Springfield. Otherwise, right now, most of the action is in Ohio, north of I-70, and right along it, north of Wheeling there. Look at this cell again. This cell may be trying to organize a little bit more rotation again, so we'll keep an eye on this one. It's not imminently tornadic, but this was a tornado warned supercell earlier. It may be trying to get a little bit better organized again, and it should stay north of Wheeling. That is one good sign. It should stay north of the Wheeling area, which has actually been dry and warm. Haven't had to use this camera for weather that much. But yeah, still checking in the mid 70s, mid to upper 70s along that I-70 corridor from Pittsburgh and Wheeling over towards Columbus, and still around 80, 82 degrees across parts of southwest Ohio. So yeah, there's still some pretty juicy air across these areas along I-70. Still seeing some rotation in this cell. It's moved past Mount Vernon, Frederickstown. Looks like we've had some hail reports out of this cell in Butler, Ohio, Knox County, also Lexington. I wouldn't be surprised if we got some larger hail reports out of that cell too. Kenton, metal roof blown onto US 68 south of town. Roof of a prefab shed blown off, so that's some pretty good wind. That's probably metal roofing like that on a shed is probably 60 to 70 to maybe even 80 miles an hour. Depends on how well built the shed was. But once it kind of lifts up, it can fly pretty quickly. So it may not take a ton. It's probably not tornado damage. It's probably just straight line winds. 52 mile an hour wind report at Kenton. So it could be like 60 mile an hour winds. Maybe not super well built shed. But that is still a nasty cell as it works towards West Lafayette, Dresden, and may head towards that Cambridge, Ohio area. We'll keep an eye on that one. That is a more heavily traveled area, Wheeling to Cambridge and over to Columbus. These storms are still in this really frustrating radar hole with the communications problems. And I believe they're still ongoing. The one issue with a couple of these storms into east central Ohio is it's not as favorable chasing out there. There's hills and trees. So it becomes less favorable for storm spotting and chasing, which may make that trickier for the eastern part of Ohio. Still can't tell what's going on in these cells, other than that they're there a little bit. No new information on them. I'm surprised they've actually backed off the tornado possible tag. It's just really hard to tell what's going on in those. But that severe warning continues for areas like West Liberty, Urbana, and areas north sides Dayton, around Tip City, New Carlisle, over towards Springfield, Ohio. Not quite into the Air Force Base. So especially if you live north of Wright-Patterson, close to the I-70 corridor, that's where the higher chance of severe weather is occurring. Vandalia, Eagle, and Englewood, over towards the Springfield area. And yeah, there could be some small hail, gusty winds in those cells. The hail core seems to be coming up a little bit in these cells. Still watching this one. There we go. I was going to say that one probably deserves a severe warning soon, around Blue Mound, Illinois. And it just got one. Quarter-size hail and some maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds. Christian, Moultrie, Shelby, and Macon counties in central Illinois. Looks like the heaviest part of the cell is going to go south of Decatur. So that's a good sign there. Decatur getting some wind, rain, maybe some lightning in the immediate Decatur area. But yeah, it's south of town, out towards Arthur, and eventually keep an eye on the cell for Mattoon and Charleston, Illinois. And then that other cluster of cells also south of Springfield. If those go severe, wouldn't be surprised if they do either. Those would go south of Decatur as well. And I just want to see, not getting much development back into Kansas. Yeah, not seeing a lot back there. A little more conditional of a risk there. Some stronger cells in southeast parts of Iowa, Mount Pleasant, Mediopolis, down towards the state line, Bloomfield. Some feisty elevated storms, but nothing too bad there. And then these ones here, Ottawa, down towards Bloomington, they are showing a little bit of a bowing feature, so we'll keep an eye on those. Those may have some wind in them. Doesn't look like a lot of hail in those storms. Hey, we've lost our tornado warning. So they have let that expire. They're going to continue that as a tornado possible tag. $50 less hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And still... now we're pushing the limits of the Cleveland radar again. Boy, that's a bit of a radar hole too. There still does seem to be rotation, at least at the upper levels in here. Again, we're probably at about 8,000 feet up in the storm. So continue to keep an eye on this storm. You want to be in a sturdy structure away from windows and be ready to take your tornado safety precautions if a new tornado warning comes out, or if you frankly feel unsafe in a strong thunderstorm, or if you start to hear the sounds of a tornado, or your ears start popping, or something goes a little weird, you may want to take your tornado safety measures. Because that's how it does look like it has some decent kind of mid to upper level rotation. That's another one we're probably seeing. We're probably seeing that now. Yeah, about 7,000 to 8,000 feet up. All these storms in kind of this central Ohio area are just in a bit of a radar hole right now. The only exception to that is that cell around Steubenville. Good news is it has not really regained that area of rotation. No, still hasn't, so that's good. Mostly a wind threat at the moment, and hail as well. Ping pong ball size hail. The strongest hail core should just be south of Steubenville. It's going to be crossing the Ohio River around Mingo Junction and Wellsburg towards Beach Bottom, and then into the West Virginia Panhandle briefly before over into, I believe that's Washington County, Pennsylvania. Yeah, Western Washington. So yeah, Washington County, Pennsylvania. Washington, you guys are kind of center line for this. Let's and that's a bad one. Take it out. I'm gonna take it out kind of from the leading edge because there is hail, it looks like, in that forward flank. That holds together about 25 minutes to that area around Washington in Pennsylvania. So that's a pretty nasty cell. All right. Sorry about that. Getting a drink and a couple updates. Let's see. Oh yeah. I haven't looked out that far. I don't know if that's going to be a Ohio Valley thing. Let me look. There does seem to be a pattern switch. I was going to do a little more digging into this tomorrow. Probably put out a forecast video by tomorrow evening. But it does look like a pattern switch generally. For quite a bit of this, at least the last half of the March, we've had a high pressure in the southwest. It's sometimes expanded into kind of this area too. But with a high pressure in the west, we've had a couple like northwest flow kind of events. That was kind of a similar setup on Sunday across the Ohio Valley. with these cold fronts kind of coming in like this. But that's going to switch. We're going to get eventually more of a high pressure in the southeast, and then the low pressure troughing out in the west. So the jet stream pattern kind of moves like this, and those kind of troughing in the west, bridging in the east, and kind of where those two clash, you get more of the springtime severe risk. So some of that, I'll take a closer look tomorrow and do a better forecast for you. It looks like, at least on some of the later model guidance for mid and long range, this area is going to be more active. The central and southern plains, parts of the Mississippi River Valley, probably more active. And then we'll just have to see. Some of that sometimes, breaks off and heads a little more northeast. Sometimes that also heads a little bit, more into the Gulf Coast. So, yeah, some question marks on where that's going to go. But I think by Tuesday, Thursday next week, you may start to see it fire up there first, and then we'll kind of watch, where it goes. Those would be the big question marks later. But yeah, keep an eye on it. Nothing to worry about yet. We'll just kind of have to keep an eye on the pattern change and all that. But we're getting to that time in late March, early April, where that is kind of the expected spring starting really to pick up in the severe weather chances. Let's see. I'm trying to see if there's updates from the Wilmington office. There does not seem to be. I wonder if they've answered. I've not seen an answer out of Wilmington, the National Weather Service office there in Southwest Ohio, on when their communications outage was going to be resolved. That is unfortunate. We're just not getting radar coverage out of these areas. Still seeing some rotation in here. Kind of broadly in this area, West Bedford. For this cell, the hail has come down on this. They are only warning it for quarter size hail. So this cell is kind of slowly on the weakening trend, at least for now. And then let's take a look at our ping pong ball size hailstorm over here. Oh man, it's going to be really close. It's on the southern side of Steubenville, but especially Mingo Junction. That may be an area that's getting hammered with some hail. And then over towards Rockdale, West Virginia. And unfortunately, this is a center line kind of situation for Washington, Pennsylvania. So let's see, in about, kind of draw it from the leading edge of that larger hail core, about 20 minutes. So if you have an opportunity to get the car tucked away, you got about 10 minutes before I would want to be inside, and then 20 minutes until that hail starts to get into your area. But that is a nasty storm. I think the hail is actually uptrended a little bit in this cell. And yeah, Wolfdale, Buffalo, West Middletown, McGovern, and Washington, Pennsylvania are in line for that storm. That is going to slide south of the immediate Pittsburgh metro. But this area, kind of southwest sides of Pittsburgh, is a pretty highly populated area. There's a lot of the far southwest suburbs. A lot of people live out here. So that's a nasty hailstorm that's moving your direction. Just double checking everybody else in Pennsylvania. Looks to be just kind of general thunderstorms, rain and embedded storms, but things are calming down across I think the northern parts of our severe risk area. And I do see they have cut like Erie and Meadville, Cleveland, Akron, Youngstown, Canton, Worcester, Toledo, Bowling Green, Sandusky, Fremont, Napoleon, and Defiance and Bryan. All those areas have been trimmed from the tornado watch. So The severe risk has really diminished across northern Ohio. And it looks like they're going to cut a lot of the northeast parts of the watch for the severe watch around Fort Wayne, Auburn, Goshen. When I see this color fading in, it's either, let me slide it a little bit further here. You can see there's a color difference. There's a more solid yellow color, like over here. And then there's the faded yellow color up here. That means they're either adding or subtracting from the watches. And since this has already been a watch, they're going to be subtracting. LaPorte, Knox, Plymouth, Warsaw, Fort Wayne, Angola, Goshen, South Bend. Severe chances are diminishing there as well. So some good news across some of those northern communities. Basically along I-80, there are some stronger storms across parts of northern and north central Illinois, Strader, up to Ottawa and Morris. We'll keep an eye on those ones. This is a stronger cell near Crown Point. And then across the Mississippi River, it's a little bit more of a beefy line that's kind of developed south of the Quad Cities near Burlington, and then down towards Keoswara and right to the Missouri border there. May have some small hail, some nickel-size hail, and some gusty winds, 40, 50 miles an hour. Wouldn't be surprised if we got a severe warning out of those. This thing is really beefed up. Considerable threat for lime-sized hail on that cell that's south of Decatur, Illinois. Luckily, it's going south of Decatur. Otherwise, that would be millions of dollars in hail damage. That's a dangerous cell. Considerable threat there. Bethany, 840 Central. So right about now, Sullivan, 845, and Allenville, 850 in the central time zone. That's moving east at 50. Although in the last couple scans, it's moving a little bit more southeast. So let's... puts it into the I-57 corridor in about a half hour. So Arcola, Humboldt, and possibly Mattoon, Illinois, about a half hour. That's where it's going to get to that I-57 corridor. And then Charleston, Illinois, that's the home of Eastern Illinois University. So a little bit larger of a college town. That's in about 40 minutes. That's a nasty cell, and it's generally kind of sinking a little bit east-southeast. Other cells are kind of holding their own south of Springfield. There's some gusty winds in here and also likely some small hail, but maybe just below severe limits. Wouldn't be surprised if that gets a warning, though. Look at this area on Danville. Danville area has been hit pretty hard, a couple rounds of storms. 61 mile an hour winds at 530. Inch-and-a-half diameter hail, ping pong ball size hail at 630. Golf ball size hail around 630. Yeah, so they got a damaging windstorm, and then they got another storm that produced golf balls to ping pong ball size hail. And we're still seeing those stronger storms in central Ohio, the Springfield area up to Urbana, Mechanicsburg, and near Marysville. But again, we don't see exactly what's going on in those storms in the radar hole with the communications outage. There's inch-and-a-half ping pong ball size hail in Coshocton County. That would check out with that storm. And they have upped that hail back up to a $half size. They've dropped the tornado possible tag, though. Still showing a little bit of broad rotation in that cell. And then this is probably our nastiest cell, also with some rotation. And yeah, that's a pretty nasty cell. Jefferson, it's crossing from the West Virginia Panhandle into western parts of Pennsylvania. approaching Washington, Pennsylvania. And so far, Wheeling, you guys are okay right now, but these storms are sinking your way, especially the ones up here by New Philadelphia. May get towards the Wheeling metro. We also just got a new flash flood warning for Pittsburgh. Yeah, storms producing 1 to 2 inch per hour rainfall rates. That's about right. Seeing that on the radar as well. Luckily, the strongest part of those storms are sinking south, but then there's all this back here that's going to kind of work through the Pittsburgh area. So yeah, that's a little worrying. Wouldn't be surprised if we see more flash flood warnings come out of those. Very interesting setup right now. We have kind of bracketed our strongest storms are on the eastern edge here over by the Washington storm, and then this one south of Decatur. I think these are our strongest storms, minus the we can't fully see what's going on in those, but we haven't seen any new hail reports out of that area. So they have backed off that severe warning. Yeah, it's being warned for 50-mile-an-hour winds and half-inch hail. And just really can't see what's going on in those storms. But yeah, without a lot of new damage reports, that probably checks out. Trying to see if there's any new severe reports. I don't see a ton. There are some storm chasers out today, but seeing a lot of lightning actually. A lot of lightning reports. Let's see if there's any tornado reports. I'm curious. I think the one storm may have produced a tornado. We couldn't really confirm it on radar, but it tightened up briefly. Yeah, this one. And then there is some damage there. Roof damage in Fowler, Trumbull County. I believe that was our first tornado warning of the day. something here. I don't see a lot of super significant reports, at least on social media. Just kind of double checking some stuff, but a lot of times if we get big hail or big hail, or we get a lot of damaging wind, like destructive winds or tornadoes, sometimes we start seeing people post it. Not even storm chasers, but just regular, locals. Not seeing a ton, so that's a good sign. We've had at least some decently significant hail, lime-sized hail kind of range. I don't think we've had the larger hail that the National Weather Service warned of a little bit in some of their outlooks. So that's a good sign. We are seeing a little bit of an uptrend in some of the storms in that line of storms or cluster across the Mississippi Valley. Keoswara over towards Fort Madison, Iowa, and then up to the area south of the Quad Cities. Those are pretty nasty storms. So just continuing to watch those. And then, yeah, this is a dangerous cell here. The hail has come down maybe a little bit on it, but curious how high this that is a nasty cell. Pretty high up. It's pushing about 50,000 feet. So it certainly has the beefy updraft to support some very large hail, and that is approaching areas like Sullivan, Illinois, potentially down towards Charleston and Mattoon. So keep an eye on that cell, as well as this line of gusty showers and storms. It's perfect timing there. Going to get a severe thunderstorm warning for some wind and hail. Yeah, quarter-size hail coming towards Pana and Shelbyville. And then seeing those storms work through the Columbus area, just below the severe limits. This area is lighting up pretty good over here, though, in eastern Ohio. Back to ping pong ball sized hail with this storm. This was that tornado warned supercell earlier. And there is still some broad rotation in this south of West Lafayette, coming towards Cambridge. The newest warning extends out for areas like Belmont, Coshocton, Guernsey, Harrison, Muskingum, Noble, and Tuscarawas counties in kind of east central Ohio. And that includes Cambridge, Center, Londonderry, and areas especially south of south of West Lafayette. Our other cell may start to get interaction with the cluster of storms in the Pittsburgh area. Looks like it's losing a little bit of its punch. Some pretty gusty winds. Actually, it looks like it may have had a little bit of a downburst here. We can see some diverging winds. That's winds kind of spilling out. And we're pretty close to the radar site there, too. So a little bit of divergence in that cell. That could also accentuate the hail that's coming down. So that's not great. Cross Creek, Pennsylvania, down towards Buffalo, and then Washington and McGovern. You guys are still in that severe thunderstorm warning for ping pong ball size hail. And then I'm really worried about the Pittsburgh area. A lot of heavy rain already, 1 to 2 inches of heavy rainfall. There's a ton more rain storms back across eastern Ohio that are going to work through the region. So I wouldn't be surprised if we see these warnings extend and broaden out across western Pennsylvania. This area too, especially, is really hilly. There's a ton of terrain differences. So please turn around, don't drown across those areas. out ahead of that, that area immediate around Washington still has dry roads. A little bit dark, but there's a camera on Washington. They are going to extend that warning too. Ping pong ball size hail gets into some really populated areas here, but that's for Allegheny, Fayette, Washington, and Westmoreland counties in southwest Pennsylvania. Ping pong ball size hail and 60-mile-an-hour winds. Again, you want to be in a pretty sturdy structure away from windows and certainly away from trees. And if you have trees on your property, shelter similar to a tornado across those areas. So there's your path there. Montgomery and Washington, about 5 to 6 minutes. And then out towards California, Pennsylvania. That's going to be about 30 minutes to this area there. If you're in between, we can zoom in a little bit. 84, Pennsylvania, about 12 minutes. Monongahela, 24. Denora, 29. And yeah, California, about 30. Seeing the lightning on that camera pick up, so that's a sign that things are closing in. That's starting to produce a decent amount of lightning there. So the gusty winds, the line of gusty winds is just to the north. It's pushing into McGovern right now. And then the hail would be just to the north of that line of gusty winds. Looks like the hail core's come down on a little bit. That is a good sign there. The hail core has diminished some. And then this is our other really nasty cell around Sullivan with ping pong ball size hail in Illinois. I feel like it may have slowed down a little bit. Still says moving east at 50, but I feel like it's been there for the last couple minutes. Okay, we did get a new warning out of that cell that we've been kind of looking at for a little while. Around Bonaparte and Mount Sterling and extreme southeast parts of Iowa, out towards Fort Madison, Nauvoo, and Dallas, Illinois. Quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Yeah, the hail cores come up in that cell. That's the cell just south of Keoswara, right on the Missouri and Iowa state line. Looks like most of the heaviest part of that is going to skirt across the Iowa side, so not as big of a threat for Missouri, but looking at some other activity, that cold front is just across the northern parts of the St. Louis metro. You can really see it on the St. Louis radar here, across Troy, Warrenton, and about to move into O'Fallon and Edwardsville. And it looks like that cold front has now pushed through Indianapolis. It's on the south side there. Shelbyville, Franklin, Martinsville, out towards Terre Haute. Basically, kind of riding along I-70 there in western Indiana. This camera's rocking a little bit as the those heavy winds are about on this camera. The ping pong ball size hail and heavy winds. Yeah, they're right at this camera. And I'm starting to see the rain start to fall on it too. Oh, there's cloud to ground. That's pretty good. I may move this camera. Let's do that. Looks like some of the heaviest of this storm may be in this area just north of Washington around McGovern, Pennsylvania. Hey, how's it going, Stormfront? Hope all is well. Yeah, that's pretty heavy wind and rain. But let's see. The hail is going to be just in here near McGovern, Houston, and Bonne Terre. That's right along I-70. Okay, that's rocking and rolling a little more now. Yeah, these are pretty sturdy cameras too, and they tend to not rock and roll that much. That's a nasty cell. Trying to see if there's any hail in here. It's really hard to tell in that camera. But there's some decently strong winds in there. That's at least 60. Hey, Stormcat. Stormcat got tired of you guys already? How's it going, everybody? This has been a weird night for severe weather. We're tracking right now ping pong ball size hail around Washington, Pennsylvania. You can see the camera above me there. It's rocking and rolling pretty good. And that is along I-70, a major interstate. I'll have to check that out and see what the frog is about. How's it going, guys? Yeah, Stormcat's one of the good guys. Happy to have you guys on here too. We've had an interesting night of severe weather on this stream. We have a giant radar hole in and Stormcat may have talked about this. I have not seen his stream yet. So, wow, lightning. Pretty good burst of lightning there. Giant radar hole. Apparently, the Wilmington, Ohio office of the National Weather Service has a communications failure, I guess. So we have no radar coverage out of southwest parts of Ohio. Hey, Sue, how's it going tonight? So yeah, I don't know. I don't know how long it's going to last. Unfortunately, we've had storms moving through this area, so we're a little bit blind to it. But I was talking about it earlier. We haven't had a lot of new storm reports, so I'm cautiously optimistic that those storms are below severe limits. And then the other big thing we're following, a couple areas of ping pong ball size hail around Washington and then Cambridge, Ohio, and then also out in east central Illinois. The other recent weather story is I think there's a flood threat that's increasing across southwest Pennsylvania. Pittsburgh went under a flash flood warning a little while ago, about a half hour ago, for about 2 inches of rainfall. And you can see there on the radar, there's quite a bit more to come through the Pittsburgh area. Looks like the biggest burst of wind is past this camera. This is still a nasty little supercell, though. Yeah, it's small. Yeah, the burst of wind, I think we saw this leading edge here come through just a couple minutes ago. Hey, Cruz, how's it going? That is creepy that you picked it out. Yes, I do. I don't know exactly which mode I have it on, but I do enjoy this mic. And for anyone that it's a good like podcast mic too. For anyone that's interested in a good mic at a decent price, it's not going to break the bank. How's it going, Highland Weather? I think we might follow each other on Twitter, Highland. You're out of like the Charlotte area, right? It sounds familiar. This storm has kind of been going through a few different phases. It peaked a little while ago near West Lafayette, Ohio. Looks like it's come down a little bit. Still $half size hail. This is also sliding towards the I-70 corridor, Cambridge, Ohio. So pretty well traveled interstate there. Okay, maybe that's it. Sorry, I got it wrong. Yeah, if anyone's on this stream and has interest there in Asheville and Western Carolinas, definitely give Highland a follow too. Yeah, I'm still making like adjustments and stuff. The mic, I don't know. I probably actually need to do like a serious mic check with it and do some actual testing just to make sure everything's kind of good. Yeah, no problem. You guys too. Some good news here in Illinois. These cells have diminished a little bit. This cell around Sullivan, a little less intense than it looked earlier. On the correlation coefficient, not seeing as deep of a hail core either. Still seeing some hail in here, but as this slides towards Charleston, Mattoon, and the I-57 corridor in Illinois, little less impact. This had a golf ball to ping pong ball size hail a little bit ago. It's like broadcast media reported that earlier, just over Sullivan, and it's getting into a little more populated areas. Still being warned for ping pong balls across Charleston and Mattoon, and that is where is that? That is Coles County in east central Illinois. Hi, Holly. How's it going tonight? Hi, Tammy. Thanks for the support. We'll check on that too. South central Pennsylvania. Haven't had to deal with that much today. You're probably going to get storms and some pretty heavy rain, gusty winds, but yeah, we haven't had a lot of severe weather. out of the line of storms that's crossing central Pennsylvania right now. And not super expected that you're going to get severe weather, but a good sleeping night. Rumbles of thunder, some rain on the roof. And especially as we're getting into the growing season, that's good beneficial rainfall. It's like the hail and wind threat and tornado threat is not really present across central Pennsylvania. I thought you were. Sometimes it glitches out. You may have followed and then it glitches. Sometimes I have that happen too, where I go back and I was like, I followed these people already, and then it somehow doesn't show. So you may have been Highland. I saw Holly mentioned waiting more storms. That is something that this whole area, and we talked about it earlier in the stream. If you got storms already, it's not quite a one and done. There's rounds of storms. That's why I'm really worried about western Pennsylvania and that Pittsburgh area that's already under a flash flood warning. There's kind of rounds of storms in eastern Ohio. There's more storms pushing across the Ohio and Indiana border. So it's going to be a long night for storms. Should start to see, and I think we're starting to see the severe weather taper off a little bit. But then, yeah, back through kind of northern and central Indiana, there's another round, and then kind of another round, that I-55 corridor across central Illinois. And then our kind of most recent area of storms is this back edge, southeast Iowa, northwest Illinois, and now getting into Missouri a little bit. So there are quite a bit of additional rounds of storms across the Ohio Valley, especially. And actually, I'll pull the latest model run. I am curious to see. I try to check time to time to see what the latest model data says. Hey, thanks, R. Patterson. Appreciate it. That goes a long way. This is not full-time yet, but that goes a long way to giving back to the channel and getting more storm coverage. It's important to a lot of people. Cumberland County, Pennsylvania, at 70 degrees. Yeah, still pretty warm. Where is that exactly? Okay, that's pretty far. Yeah, you're still kind of in that warm air, but storms are closing in. They're kind of north of you, up towards Lewistown, Mifflintown, up in the higher terrain there. So you may start to hear some rumbles of thunder in a little bit. Let's see. I do want to take a look at those models and see what we have here. All right. Latest HRRR. Yeah, it's doing a decent job initializing. I was critical of it earlier. One of the runs earlier wasn't initializing great, but wow. Yeah, it shows more storms across Pittsburgh and western Pennsylvania. This is through 1 a.m. and another pretty good burst of storms across eastern Indiana. So yeah, I think as the severe weather ramps down a little bit overnight, the flash flood threat could be an increasing threat here. And it looks like by about 3, 4 a.m., getting storms closer to the Ohio River, more rounds of storms across St. Louis, maybe seeing some storms back here across Kansas, with still more storms across southwest Pennsylvania. Hey, Marjorie, how's it going? Yeah, northwest Iowa has been, the winter's hanging on kind of up across that part of the country. Yeah, that's probably right. You're out here in Cumberland County. Looks like it might start as kind of moderate rain, and then there's actually a little line of kind of embedded showers and storms behind that. So the wind may pick up. You might get some more rumbles of thunder. But again, nothing severe across that part of the Pennsylvania. Yeah, southeast Iowa's been interesting. We have been watching these storms. The latest severe warning is out of southeast Iowa, far southeast Iowa, down towards Fort Madison. Seeing a storm warned for quarter-size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds. Otherwise, yeah, the severe risk is really limited to that area. Fort Madison, Mount Pleasant. If you're anywhere kind of north of there, it shouldn't get up towards Iowa City or the Quad Cities, and it's not going to reach back towards Des Moines or anything. There are some new storms that have gone up near Ottumwa. Yeah, but that's kind of the back edge. It seems to be pushing south and east from there. So I don't know if we're going to get too much past this area. But this cluster has uptrended from Fort Madison up through Galesburg, Illinois. That one has a potential to bring, again, like it's being warned for, quarter-size hail, some 60-mile-an-hour winds. That may work its way back towards Peoria and Bloomington as well. Yeah, that area had a tornado, a pretty beefy tornado, right? Like 2 years ago. I want to say it was like 2 years ago. But it's a little early for the severe weather. Another couple weeks, and we'll probably be dealing with Iowa a little more. Oh, no, it's all good. It's all good, but appreciate it. Thanks so much. Yeah, that'll buy a cup of coffee, or my coffee tonight is a Diet Mountain Dew. But everybody give some thumbs up for R. Patterson there in the chat. If anyone's in the Chicago area, storms are mostly staying south of I-80. It's actually pretty cool in Chicago the last I checked there. But it does look like limited chances of severe weather across Chicago, so you can start to kind of wrap it up there if you're worried about sleeping overnight in storms. Chicago seemed to get missed by most of the stronger storms today, which is good because the last time we were covering storms in this area, Chicago got hit pretty hard with some large hail across the Chicago suburbs. We did get a new warning for that cell near Cambridge. Looks like that's back down as well, so that is a good sign. This was a tornado warned supercell earlier. And the interesting thing about supercells is their mesocyclones can spin for quite a while, like even kind of hours. So there's still kind of a remnant spin in here, but it's not a tornadic supercell much anymore. And we're seeing less hail core. That's come down quite a bit. But still severe warned cell, Barnesville, Bethesda, down towards Moundsville, West Virginia along the Ohio River. Pretty wide severe warning polygon there. That also includes I-70, it looks like from around New Concord, Ohio, to about St. Clairsville. Oh, sorry about that. We're still in the model. Okay, you haven't missed that much. This is our newest severe warning here. Yeah, New Concord over towards St. Clairsville. This is I-70 right here. So this cell is going to sink across I-70 and some very rural and rugged terrain, but there are some communities out here, especially closer to the Ohio River. Looks like the strongest part of the storm is going to go south and west of Wheeling, but keeping an eye on the Wheeling area. And that's where this camera above me is out of. I have seen more lightning on it the last couple minutes. And if you're in that Wheeling area, you are going to get rain and storms. It's just going to be a little longer. And you may split the uprights from some of the strongest cells. All right, they backed the hail off this cell a little bit around Monongahela, Bentleyville, approaching California, Pennsylvania, as that one slides away from the Pittsburgh metro. Pittsburgh, though, still some stronger storms coming in from the west, and a lot of heavy rain. We've also had a couple flood reports, flash flooding on the streets and low areas in Whitaker, Pennsylvania. I wouldn't be shocked to see more flash flood reports coming out of those areas. And checking Columbus, it's been really frustrating to check this area because I know there's storms here, but without radar coverage, it's just none of these areas in southwest Ohio have radar coverage right now. Luckily, it looks like the severe storms kind of backed off before they really entered this essentially radar hole, but yeah, that's been a frustrating point tonight. And yeah, this cell near Charleston, Illinois has actually gone below severe limits. The cell, its neighbor cell, though, still going pretty strong. Shelbyville over towards Paradise, Illinois, Greenup, and Casey. That's also along I-70. Some hail and gusty winds there. Coles, Moultrie, Shelby, and Cumberland counties. Sounds good, Abby. Thanks a lot. Give us a like and subscribe if you haven't already, because I'm sure we'll be covering Iowa more. Yeah, that area there, you're good to go. May get some rumbles of thunder, but it looks like most of the severe weather's off to your east. But we'll definitely cover Iowa more, I'm sure, later this spring, so definitely give us a like. You can see here as I zoom out, they are trimming a bunch of the severe watches here. Basically, the I-80 corridor has been trimmed from the severe weather watches across northern Indiana, northern Ohio, and northern parts of Illinois. I believe they're adding a couple counties, though, across southern Indiana and Illinois. So it looks like Bloomington, Vincennes, this area may be added to the severe watch. Looks like probably in anticipation of these cells out by Shelbyville coming towards that area. And then for southwest Pennsylvania and across central Ohio, tornado watch still goes another 40 minutes. So definitely have multiple ways to get warnings here. Even though it does seem right now the tornado threat has diminished some. At least from what we can see on radar, not including that radar hole right now with the radars being out, is the cells around Barnesville and Cambridge seem to be the strongest cells in Ohio right now. Also seeing another decently strong cell come through the Steubenville area, approaching the Ohio River there. In the area they got the hail from the lead cell down here near Monongahela. Trying to check the damage reports just to see if there's anything crazy, but it also kind of helps to see what these storms have done. I think we covered most of these. A lot of tree down reports across central Ohio. I think we've seen a couple reports of some like sheds and metal roofing blown off. Yeah. Hardin County around Kenton, Ohio had a metal roof blown off. Power lines down in Logan County. Roof blown off a barn in Mercer County. That's a Decent report. More pole barns and trees down. Oh, that was that considerable threat storm earlier, south of Kokomo, Indiana. I don't know, at least right now, based on the storm reports, I haven't seen any super high-end, like, destructive wind reports, and I don't think we've had any hail reports over 2 inches in diameter, so a lot of these areas, it looks like may have gotten lucky that the storms didn't perform to some of the model guidance or some of the wording from the National Weather Service. Yeah, well, I I can't officially clear Columbus yet, just because I normally would, but there are more rounds of storms coming in. But also with the radars being down, the National Weather Service Wilmington there in Southwest Ohio had a communications glitch or error, and actually had to have other National Weather Service offices take over the warning processes. And I assume with that communications error, whatever they had, we're not getting radar data out of the Columbus, Dayton, Wilmington, or Cincinnati radars. So Columbus, you're kind of in a radar hole. There are some more storms out in western Ohio, and yeah, the models do show more storms coming through later tonight. So there could be some more rounds of wind and rain. The hail threat, the tornado threat should diminish though. But you could get a strong to severe storm, through the evening and even into the overnight. And I also just can't clear Columbus just because I just technically can't see what these storms are doing here. I can see there's kind of some storms. It looks like they're kind of on the southern side of Columbus, and then also up towards areas like Urbana and Sydney again. But it's just, we're looking up in the radar like 12,000 feet or something. The closest radar that seems to be functional out of there is Charleston, West Virginia. So yeah, it's a bit frustrating. Wouldn't be surprised to see some more warnings out of these cells. Let's take a look at these a little closer into northwest parts of Illinois. It does appear like that Fort Madison cell is the strongest, the one that is warned right now. The good news is we've lost that severe warning for that cell approaching California, Pennsylvania. Some gusty winds in here. But yeah, these cells are starting to calm down a little bit in southwest Pennsylvania. Southeast at 40. Track this out a little bit. It's getting into a slightly more populated area, but 40 miles an hour. Let's give it a track. Brings it to the areas around the Ohio River, around Moundsville, in about 30 to 35 minutes. Oh, yeah. Yeah. The radar holes are pretty frustrating. Normally, Columbus has decent coverage with the main radar out of Wilmington, Ohio, and then the two tower radars, Dayton and Columbus. Um, Ideally, I'd love to have kind of a radar somewhere north of Columbus, like the Delaware area or Mount Vernon. It'd be great to have like a National Weather Service radar there. But even without that, the Wilmington radar covers Columbus decently. Yeah. If she just got out of class, I mean, it looks like it's probably okay. It looks a little lighter around Columbus. Those strong cells are, looks like I-70 southward, and then there are more cells coming in from the north. But it looks like Columbus, just very roughly visually, is maybe in a little bit of a lull. It's just really, really tricky there. I believe, let's see, how far are we looking up with this radar? With the radar data we have, oh geez. Yeah, that Charleston radar that it's defaulting to as the closest radar is about 14,000 feet on the beam height. So it's going to be really hard to see surface level features around Columbus there right now. This is a decent storm here around Steubenville. It's approaching the Pennsylvania state line. Some areas that got hammered pretty hard with that lead storm. Sometimes it doesn't take a severe storm to knock down some extra limbs and cause some power outages and stuff. So that's always a little bit of a concern. Oh, I didn't realize the camera just started rotating and spinning. That's weird. Haven't had that happen yet. Huh. Different perspective there. Whoop, there it goes again. Oh, their camera's doing a firmware update? All right. Very interesting. Springfield, Illinois getting another severe storm. Quarter size hail, 50-mile-an-hour winds. It's moving about due east. That's going to work back towards that Decatur area that had some larger hail earlier, especially south sides of town. So keep an eye on that one. And then, wow, that severe warning cell over Sullivan earlier has really diminished. But this cell is beefed up a little bit. Windsor, Strasburg, Paradise in kind of south central Illinois. That's a severe warning cell there towards Greenup. Yeah, I'm looking at some of my other radar stuff. It looks like the hail has come up in that cell. That's one to keep your eye on if you're out here in east central Illinois. Yeah, that Moundsville storm, I think we were saying earlier, that's one of the strongest storms right now in the state of Ohio. About 25 minutes to Moundsville. This was a really potent supercell earlier and still has some of that supercellular features, but it is losing a little bit of the punch. Let me double check. Sometimes they adjust the speed on these when they trim the warning polygons, but it is still moving at 40. That's what we have it there. Yeah, Moundsville about 25 minutes. And if I zoom in a little bit further, Jacobsburg about 12 minutes, Centerville 8, and it's closing in on Bethesda, Ohio, right about now. The hail core does seem to be coming down on that, so that's a good sign. Still has some decent wind in it. Yeah, so it's a pretty good mix of hail and wind. One of the stronger hail cores is just along I-70 near Morristown, just north of Bethesda. Yeah, Wheeling is looks like on the current track. If this storm stays basically center line towards Moundsville, Wheeling may get out of that nastiest part of the storm. And then Wheeling proper, you guys have storms to your north. There's more storms that'll work in, but the strongest ones may split you, which wouldn't be the worst thing. Right now, it looks like the strongest storms are going to go south, and then those other storms went more easterly. So Wheeling may luck out here tonight, but you're going to get storms. There's more storms back here in Ohio for later tonight. I think they've trimmed a little bit more of the tornado watch across parts of central Ohio, like Marion, Mount Vernon, New Philly, and then they've trimmed quite a bit of the tornado watch from areas north of Pittsburgh. I think we'll continue to see about 25 more minutes on that tornado watch. We should see those a lot more of those counties get trimmed off. But yeah, there's still more rounds of storms like Columbus. Looks like another round here should close in about the next hour or so. And there's kind of more storms back here towards Fort Wayne and more storms back in Illinois. So it's going to be kind of a rough night. Again, severe weather should diminish, but a rough night, especially for just heavy rain. And I wouldn't be surprised if we see some more flash flood warnings. Take a look at a couple things. Yeah, hail has come down on that cell that's headed towards Moundsville. Actually, I just realized that is our one severe warning right now in the Eastern time zone. So severe weather has downtrended the last 30, 40 minutes to an hour. One thing the models had earlier that was a little bit of a question mark is if we got convection out along the cold front in central Kansas. It looks like we have had some uptrending of storms across central Kansas. These may approach the Wichita area next couple hours. Special weather statement there for sub-severe levels, 55-mile-an-hour winds, and some nickel-sized hail. I mean, that's enough to wake you up at night if you fell asleep in the Wichita metro. And yeah, we're starting to see those stronger storms push out of the extreme southeastern portions of Iowa. Some strong storms across northern and north central Illinois, and then a couple of these individual cells still going strong across Springfield and then near the Mattoon and Charleston areas. I'm curious myself if there's any new updates. Let me check here the National Weather Service. checked a while ago, and I didn't see any updates from the National Weather Service Wilmington. Okay, yeah. Anyone who's not familiar, the Wilmington office is not Wilmington, Delaware, like many people may assume. It's Wilmington, Ohio, outside of basically between Cincinnati and Columbus. They did actually update, no update on their communications outage. So we still looks like have a radar hole. But they did update that the severe weather threat is diminishing and the tornado watch will expire at 11 Eastern, so in about 20 minutes. And then, it's like I wrote this post. Attention then turns to repeating showers and storms through the area, particularly north of I-70. Localized flooding is possible. So yeah, the Weather Service Office is on that flash flood threat. So if you do have plans basically on that I-70 corridor through the overnight and even in the early morning, please turn around, don't drown. Because there are going to be some rounds of heavy showers and storms. If you have a longer commute in the morning or something because the road is all flooded, it's better to have that long commute than not get there at all. Still seeing a pretty good burst of wind. There's still a little bit of a mesocyclone in this cell, but that's expected as this was a pretty potent cell earlier across these areas like Upper Sandusky, Marion. That one's been a consistently warned cell for quite a while. Yeah. So the cell that's approaching Moundsville is the same cell that dropped close to like 2-inch hail, like lime-sized hail, around the Defiance, Ohio area, and I believe was warned across northern parts of Indiana. So that thing has traveled. Let's see. It's probably been severe warned for like close to about 260 miles. That's impressive. And still going strong. It's approaching Moundsville, down towards Woodsfield, Ohio. And yeah, areas along the Ohio River. New Martinsville in West Virginia also may be in line for this cell slash kind of cluster of cells right now. Although actually on the last couple scans, it may have made a bit of more of a eastward jog. It's probably more in line for Moundsville. And maybe a little tighter into Wheeling. I know someone asked about Wheeling earlier. Yeah, it's turned a little bit more easterly than southeast. It still appears like the strongest of this will go south of Wheeling, but Wheeling may get a little loud in the next couple minutes. See, when I move the radar, you can see all these hail reports. Pretty good cluster from that one cell. And then this is all the hail reports basically from that cell that's approaching Moundsville. And I wouldn't be surprised if we get more. And then there's kind of another cell that tracked across the northern part of Ohio there. Looks like at least the hazards of the large hail and damaging winds and a couple tornadoes looks like they probably all verified. I think we had maybe 1 or 2 tornadoes today. Maybe not to the severity of the hatched risk and the enhanced risk, but I think the overall severe weather and the pattern of it did verify. So another pretty good call by the Storm Prediction Center. Moundsville, you're kind of in line for a pretty good burst of wind here on the leading edge. And then that strongest cell is through the Springfield, Illinois area. Wouldn't be surprised if they dropped the warning out of that. It looks like the hail cores come down. Not much of a wind threat. It's probably running into a little bit of a rain-cooled environment from the storms that worked through that area a little bit ago. But still that back edge, that line of storms up by Galesburg, still pretty punchy. And the surprised we haven't seen more flash flood warnings yet. All right, things are quiet for like 2 seconds here. I'm going to go get a refill in the drink real quick, and then we'll continue covering severe weather, especially here. Seeing a downtrend in the severe weather, but there still is some areas that are under the threat here. So we're going to continue on, but I'll be right back in like 2 minutes. All right. Got a drink refill, got some candy, so we're ready to rock and roll again. We have only 3 warnings right now. That's yeah, that's actually pretty impressive. Sangamon County in Illinois, and then Marshall County and Cumberland County That's one of our stronger storms right now, near Greenup and just south of Charleston, Illinois. Definitely some hail in here. The hail, I think, is beefed up a little bit near Bradbury, Illinois, Toledo, Greenup, and that will approach Casey and Martinsville along I-70 there, west of Terre Haute and the Indiana state line. And then our other storm is closing in on Moundsville. This is southeastern Belmont, northeastern Monroe, and Marshall counties. Right on the Ohio River. Pretty nasty cell still. There is some rotation still in it, but also some pretty heavy wind in here. Checking a couple different things with that cell, but yeah, it's a pretty nasty cell, and it's going to be right along the Ohio River here in the next couple minutes. With some of that getting into the Wheeling area, I just saw, yes, the rain is now coming down on our Wheeling camera. This camera has been dry the entire stream and is finally now getting some weather. It's kind of on the outskirts of the storm, so it doesn't look like it's particularly windy or even heavy rain right now. But that camera, I believe, is like right here, so it's not even into the meat of the storm yet. This storm, though, is looking a little bit more organized than it was earlier. There's a bit of side lobe contamination in here, but the winds have picked up a little bit, and it seems to have organized a little bit more of a hail core in here. So that is coming towards Moundsville, and areas like Bartlett, basically here on the West Virginia Panhandle. Wouldn't be surprised if we get a new warning that gets extended out across those areas. Speaking of warning is extended out, looks like they're going to extend that warning in Illinois. Wow, that's a lot of counties. It's pieces of counties, but southeastern Coles, northern Crawford, northeastern Jasper, Clark County, and eastern Cumberland County. Yeah, it's kind of pieces of like a bunch of different counties in here, but that's basically the areas around Martinsville and Casey, and also Marshall, Illinois. Again, basically to the Indiana state line. This is the Terre Haute metro area, and then south towards Sullivan, Indiana. This cell may make it all the way to Terre Haute, actually, just looking at it. It still is a pretty punchy core. It's moving at 60 miles an hour, so close to highway speed near Casey. Let's track this one out a little bit too. All right, there's some of your towns up there in the top box. Casey, about 5 minutes. Martinsville, 11. Prairie Creek, that's in Indiana, 32 minutes. And then Terre Haute, I think especially south sides of town, about 37 minutes. So keep an eye on that cell. Damaging winds, and I think there's still probably quarter-size hail in this area near Vive Park and approaching Casey. We'll see if we get any new hail reports out of that. I wouldn't be surprised if we do. They dropped the warning on that Martinsville storm. Let's see. Interesting. They have dropped the warning. I still think there's some small hail in here near Jacobsburg. It's still going to be a pretty punchy storm. Hmm. I'm surprised it doesn't have at least a special weather statement. I think it's still a strong enough storm where there could be some close to severe hail in there. This area right near Jacobsburg, Armstrong Mills. Hmm. But it has come down in intensity a little bit. Hey, Stormfront. Hope you're having a good night. Like more storms. I know we had a question earlier about Columbus. Some more storms looks like are approaching the northwest sides of Columbus, between Marion and Delaware, and then out towards Marysville and Urbana and Springfield. I have not seen any updates on the outage across southwestern Ohio for the National Weather Service. But yeah, this radar hole is getting a little bit annoying. Storm Prediction Center put out a mesoscale discussion about a half hour ago for that area. I think it should still be active. Yeah, this area that's in the gray circle across southwest PA and eastern Ohio. Isolated severe threat may exist beyond the expiration of the tornado watch, but the Storm Prediction Center, at least right now, does not expect a new watch. And the primary threat would be damaging winds, with the hail and tornado threats much lower. So some good signs there across that region. Yeah, they've been good, Stormfront. You got a good group. They're a good bunch. Who had that? Who was that? From the Moundsville area. I forget on here earlier. Oh, is that Christopher? Are you getting some wind yet in Moundsville? Wouldn't be surprised. That's basically right along the Ohio River. Indianapolis has gotten pretty lucky tonight. I don't believe downtown has actually been under a warning. Most of the stronger storms were on the north side of town, and the south side has not really seen anything down towards Shelbyville. Clear out these mesoscale discussions. Pretty broad area. We've had storms fire on the cold front back into central Kansas, and there are still storms that are non-severe across eastern parts of Pennsylvania, around Harrisburg and back towards Carlisle. Pennsylvania actually has not a lot of severe weather right now, but a lot of precip. That storm is about into Moundsville right now. The wind has diminished on that cell. I still think there could be a little bit of hail in here. And it looks like Columbus, another special weather statement for those cells to the north and west that we just mentioned a little bit ago. Large special weather statement for winds up to 50. So some gusty winds. Looks like not much of a hail threat. So starting to look a little better around Columbus. I think that's what we're primarily going to see the rest of the night, though, like the National Weather Service indicated, there's still an isolated chance of some severe. However, the hail and the tornado threat, I think, is significantly diminished. Checking out some new reports, seeing if there's any new reports of things. Take a look at the cell again, the one approaching Terre Haute. Still seeing some hail in here too, around Martinsville, but that cell is also diminishing in intensity. So we have had a general diminishing in intensity, I think, of most of these cells in the last little bit. Even this line of storms not as severe as it was near Fort Madison. There's still some embedded pockets of stronger cells, but that seems to have also diminished. It looks like they are going to allow the tornado watch to expire. So Pittsburgh, I don't believe you guys had severe weather either. A lot of rain, but the severe storms stay to your south. Pittsburgh, Wheeling, Moundsville, New Martinsville, Cambridge, Zanesville, Newark, down towards Uniontown. Looks like they're going to cut that from the tornado watch. And they are going to extend that severe warning into the Terre Haute metro. So that makes sense. It's definitely a strong enough cell, even though it has diminished a little bit in intensity. It's strong enough where it's still a pretty strong cell. Let me see if we can get a camera on that one, because that's approaching some areas that we've used for cameras before around Terre Haute that are generally in pretty good shape. This new warning includes Vigo, Sullivan, Clay, and Greene counties in west central Indiana. That cell is still booking at 65 miles an hour. So it's basically traveling along I-70 at about highway speed. It's going to get through pretty quick. Pretty broad warning polygon, but it looks like it's going to, at its current track, more easterly hug that northern side of the warning polygon. That would put it into Terre Haute in about 20 minutes. Clay City, 37. Marshall, about 5 to 8 minutes. And Prairieton, Indiana, 19, as well as Prairie Creek. And then I will readjust. If it starts to make more of a right shift down to, I don't think it's going to go that far south, but if it does, that would be Jasonville in about a half hour, Linton in 37 minutes. Although Linton, I think it's going to have to really pull to the right or expand or something. I don't see it doing. Yeah, I think it's more in line for that track. It would really have to start to pull pretty hard to get over to Linton, but we'll see. Yeah, Terre Haute, I think you're definitely probably Terre Haute South. That warning polygon's about right. Trying to get a camera up in Terre Haute. I think we're about to. May if this camera loads, we may get a pretty good lightning show out of this. That looks like it's a pretty electrical storm. And what does it look like? Still pushing about 45,000 feet for the tops. There it is. All right. This is looking west from the Terre Haute area. If anyone's been through here, this is the exit, the big Terre Haute exit on I-70. A lot of restaurants, the mall, and a lot of hotels there. So there's a look at that storm in the 3D a little bit. Kind of really accentuates those 45,000 foot tops. Of course, I said that and we're not seeing a lot of lightning on the camera, but should be basically out this way. We'll get back to it. Freeze warning. It is going to get cold after this. I don't have all of my warnings on. It starts to get cluttered, but yeah, looks like there is. Freeze warning until March 28th at 10 a.m. Sub-freezing temperatures as low as 26 degrees Friday night through Saturday morning across south central Indiana and central Kentucky. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of a dive. This cold front is a pretty potent cold front. And there's a Canadian high pressure that'll kind of work in behind it. So that's going to funnel some cooler air down into that Ohio Valley. Looks like that is still within the average last freeze for Louisville. Looks like averages around March 31st. So March 28th is within that. A little bit colder than that. Oh yeah, here, let's see. Yeah, it's a little late. The average freeze below 28 degrees Fahrenheit is about March 20th. So It's a little bit later than the average, kind of deeper freeze at about 26 degrees. That's pretty chilly this time of year. Hopefully it's your last one. The average 28 or below freeze in the fall for Louisville is about November 17th. So, yeah. The latest spring freeze for Louisville was May 10th, 1968. It got down to 32 degrees. May 10th, 1966. The latest hard freeze is April 23rd, 1986. That's climate data from the National Weather Service out of Louisville. If anyone's interested, you can go to their website. But yeah, that freeze watch also goes all the way to eastern Kentucky, Hazard, Pikeville area, all the way down to the Tennessee border. So that's it's gonna get pretty cold. After what was it? It was probably, what was the high today in Louisville? It was probably like 85, 83. Or no, it's 83 now. Why is that not loading? Don't know why that's not loading. The high temperature wasn't loading today. All right, let's check back on this severe cell. It is also coming down. It is diminishing. You can see those reflectivity cores are coming down. It's shrunk in size. And although this camera's kind of glitching out a little bit, I haven't seen a lot of lightning on that camera. Still severe warning. Still keep an eye on it here. Prairie Creek, Prairieton, Terre Haute, Clay City, and Marshall. Okay, and they should be leaving our screen in a few minutes, but they have let the tornado watch expire across Ohio. There still is a risk for some isolated severe storms, especially east central Ohio, that area around the mesoscale discussion. So some good news there. Things are starting to calm down across Ohio. Thanks. Yeah, bundle up, and sure we'll cover Louisville and the Ohio Valley again. So just starting to get into the higher peak of severe season. So give us a like and subscribe, and we'll see you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out, guys. It's time for bed for a lot of the Ohio Valley, especially now that tornado watch is. I tend to do that too. Like if I'm not broadcasting, but if I'm in a tornado watch area, I'll tend to kind of stick it out and just see what's going on. But yeah, these areas are much better. Tornado threat has minimally reduced, or I guess reduced to minimal. Better way to put it. there are still pockets here in Illinois that are going to go for a little longer. This new warning here for areas around Champaign and Urbana, pretty nasty hail core in there. It's going to go back towards the Danville area that's gotten hammered a couple different times today. Danville had 60-something mile an hour winds earlier, and golf ball size hail, a couple rounds of it. Looks like that is headed back towards you guys. Yeah, it's basically headed straight down I-74 towards the Danville area. There are some other pockets of storms in here that could have some hail. Quarter size. Wouldn't be surprised if that has a little bit larger than quarters, just based on the look of the reflectivity. And could be in that more $half size range. When we start to see these brighter pinks on our reflectivity, that usually indicates a little bit larger hail. Let me also check with some of the other radar products I have on the side that I can analyze it a little bit better detail. Yeah, it's probably pushing $half size hail. Wouldn't be surprised if that warning gets an upgrade. Looking at some other radar products. Yeah, this area right here, northeast sides of Urbana, around Airport Road and basically I-74, County Road 1850. That's a pretty punchy area of that cell. But yeah, there are some other cells that may have some small hail in them that are going to go a little longer into the night. And rounds of storms are still going to parade across the Ohio Valley, but it looks like the severe threat has generally diminished to more of an isolated severe risk. We've lost our tornado hazards. And I think we've lost most of the 2-inch plus hail threat. Maybe with that exception of this cell near Urbana. Yeah. That may bring another round of some decent hail towards the Danville area. But let's see. I think we're going to wrap up the stream. Things have calmed down. And yeah, my voice is kind of bugging me. I think I said it earlier, if anyone's still on from earlier, but anywhere like Ohio River South, it is just pollen city. So make sure you get your allergy meds, because it's crazy right now. There's like big bursts of pollen and clouds of pollen and stuff. So it's that time of year for sure. Those freeze warnings, I don't think are going to help that much cut down on the pollen. But so yeah, stay safe across the Ohio Valley. Have multiple ways to get warnings overnight. Know weather radio is the best option, but also make sure the phone alerts are on your phone. And yeah, make sure your phone alerts are turned on, and the know where the radio is charged for the night, because there's going to be rounds of storms. I don't believe this is going to, the front is going to sag further to the south, but right now, Storm Prediction Center still just has kind of a general thunderstorm area outlined. No severe risk in the day 2. We'll see. They might add a marginal risk or something. Feels like no for now, but we'll see if day 1 changes stuff. And I don't think right now we have anything listed out. However, we are watching a pattern change for especially the middle of next week and later. If you're new here, like and subscribe. Click that bell icon. Get notifications when we go live, especially getting into the peak of severe weather season. And I'll try and work on a forecast for that pattern change and get a forecast video out probably tomorrow afternoon. So yeah, we'll start to see more of a trough in the west and a ridge in the east, and that kind of makes the jet stream kind of cut like this. And in the springtime, that clash of air masses usually leads to an uptick in severe weather. So I'll take a look at those trends on the forecast video and go from there. Yeah, have a good night, guys. Stay safe. Stormfront, you want them back, or are you still broadcasting? Let me check real quick before I just close everybody out. Is he still on? I do not think so. I don't believe he's on, so I will wrap the stream up. Thanks again, guys. Have a great night. Stay safe.